What if the moment you fall in battle isn't the end, but the beginning of a terrifying game, one where the stakes are your very soul? In the flickering shadows of the Norse cosmos, warriors don't merely die, they're thrust into a chaotic clash of gods and monsters, where fate twists cruelly like a serpent. Does victory even matter when Valhalla's gates swing open to swarms of ravenous spirits, eager to feast on Valhalla yet punctuated by the stench of dishonoured deeds? The Vikings, fierce and unyielding, painted their own afterlife with blood and dreams. Every axe swung, every shield shattered, forged a narrative far more intricate than mere glory. The sagas whisper madness, of warriors caught between worlds, heroes rising only to fall into the chasms of hell itself. Who wouldn't relish a beer and a laugh in the halls of Odin, trading tales with fallen kin? But there's a price. What if the gods' laughter sounds more like a raucous jeer? What if the eternal banquet turns to an endless torment? Picture Ragnar, mid-battle, eyes ablaze, heart pounding like a war drum. He falls, and in that heartbeat, he's yanked from reality into a dimension where every choice echoes with consequences as twisted as Loki's schemes. What awaits him, honor or betrayal? Valhalla or hell? The answers are as slippery as an eel in the rain, taunting him with the seductive promise of glory while lurking with the darkness of long-forgotten sins. Do you think they waited for a divine parade? No. They plunged into chaos, their spirits dancing on the razor's edge of fate, consumed by an insatiable thirst for meaning in the carnage. Each battle became a mad carnival where death and glory twisted like lovers in a death grip. The aftermath, a cosmic lottery, where the ticket could lead to an eternity of Valhalla or a pit of despair. What if you learned that not every warrior basked in the sun of Valhalla? Some crawled through the murky waters of forgotten realms, lost souls gnashing their teeth, haunted by the shadows of their choices. What if the banquet was merely a facade, with every cheer an echo of a scream? The Vikings, a tribe of poets and warriors, crafted an afterlife stoked with laughter, yet marinated in the horrors of their own making. It's a lethal cocktail of ambition and fear that reverberates through the ages. Do you dare to ask what laughter means when it echoes in the halls of your past? Can you stomach the thought of what happens when the blood-soaked axe finally meets the ground? As we peel back the layers of myth and reality, hold tight, the truth might just rip your heart from your chest. The Vikings knew the secrets of the afterlife, and now it's your turn to decipher their riddle. Are you bold enough to face what lurks beyond the horizon, where every shadow holds a whisper of the damned? The thrill of the hunt for answers has begun, and there's no turning back. Thunder cracked the sky, an ominous roar that echoed through the air, shaking the very foundations of Asgard. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat, feeling the trembling ground beneath my feet reverberate with the rage of gods. The Bifrost flickered like a dying flame, a bridge spanning worlds, so fragile, yet so significant, linking the fate of 9 realms. A shimmering spectrum of color, it beckoned, a promise of something more, something dangerous. Thor! Sigrun shouted, her voice piercing through the chaotic storm, frantic, desperate. She was my sister, my blood, but in that moment, she was a warrior, a shield maiden ready to charge into battle against the very forces of fate. Her eyes shimmered with an intensity one had never witnessed before, a mix of fear and unwavering resolve. I could feel her heartbeat, syncopating with mine, racing toward an inevitable confrontation. "Don't you dare look back!" I yelled, my voice a rasping whisper as we sprinted across the trembling ground, a race against time and against the encroaching darkness. I remember the glint of her sword, a silver flash cutting through the shadows, catching the fading light. It was a moment frozen in chaos, raw and heart-stopping. We were not merely running, we were escaping a nightmare that clawed at our heels, the frost giants looming ahead as shadows stretching toward us, hungry and relentless. Midgard trembled beneath us, a reflection of our own inner turmoil. I remember my childhood, the nights spent dreaming of heroes, of great battles fought under flickering stars, visions of Valhalla painting my imagination with tales of honor and glory. But none of those stories prepared me for this, the weight of my father's expectations, the burden of my own insecurities. I was never the brave one. Sigrun was. I was the one who trembled in the shadows. As we raced toward the precipice of the Bifrost, I caught a glimpse of hell, the icy realm of the undead, where souls lingered like ghosts trapped in a perpetual twilight. I shuddered, the chill biting deep into my flesh, a reminder that even in life, I was haunted by my failures. What if, I started, the words dying on my tongue, stifled by fear. The what ifs loomed larger than the horizon, shadows creeping closer. But Sigrun turned, fierce as a tempest, her breath visible in the frigid air. No more doubt. We fight or we fall. Her voice, a clarion call, chiseled itself into my heart, igniting a flicker of courage. We were not simply running away from the giants, we were running toward the truth of who we were, who we could be. A deafening roar filled the air, the frost giants lumbering forward, their forms towering and grotesque, their eyes burning with an ancient hunger. A chill ran through my veins, I could feel it gnawing at my insides, a palpable fear. Yet, with Sigrun beside me, that fear transformed into a fire, each heartbeat a drum, each breath a weapon. I remember the clash of metal, the smell of blood, the cries echoing in the void as we fought, side by side. A dance of chaos and beauty, we became a whirlwind, spinning through the maelstrom of battle, caught between life and death, between the worlds we knew and the darkness that threatened to consume us. I could taste the salt of sweat and tears mingling on my lips, a bitter reminder of the consequences of our struggle. Look! Sigrun shouted, her voice slicing through the cacophony like a harpoon through flesh. She pointed to the shimmering bifrost, the color swirling, beckoning us toward the unknown. That's our way out. But escape felt like a betrayal, the weight of leaving our home, our people, heavy in the air. What about, I started, but she cut me off, her gaze unwavering, shimmering with determination. We can't save everyone. Not now. And in that moment, I saw the depth of her pain, the burden she carried, the same ache that gnawed at me. We were two shattered souls, piecing together a world that was always on the brink of destruction, only to realize that our own hearts were the first to break. The giants loomed closer, their breath a cacophony of ice and malice. I felt the icy grip of fear tightening around my throat, each thudding heartbeat a reminder of my insignificance against such monumental forces. But when I looked at Sigrun, I saw something else, an unyielding spirit that sparked a flame within me. I would not be defined by my doubts. I would not let the darkness claim us. Together? I yelled, launching myself into the fray, wielding my sword like a lifeline, clashing against the giants with abandon. The world blurred around me, blood and ice mixing, shouts and screams blending into a symphony of chaos. I felt alive, every cut and bruise reinforcing my existence, my resolve. Time slipped through our fingers like sand, each moment stretching into eternity. I remember Sigrun by my side, her laughter mingling with the clashing steel, a defiance that lit the battlefield like a beacon. We are the children of gods, she roared, charging forward, and in her, I found my own strength, a flicker of bravery igniting my spirit. But with every victory, the shadows grew longer, and I could sense the fracture within myself, the memories of my past haunting me like a specter. I remember the faces of those I had lost, the whispers of their names echoing in my ears as I fought. It was a testament to my failure, yet it fueled my desire to protect what little remained. As the tide of battle ebbed and flowed, I realized we were not merely fighting giants, we were wrestling with our fears, our regrets, our past. And in that struggle, something shifted. The air thickened, crackling with energy. The bifrost shimmered, a gateway to salvation or doom. Now! Sigrun shouted, and together we charged, hearts racing, souls entwined in the desperate dance of survival. The giants roared behind us, fury and rage trailing like shadows, but as we leapt onto the bifrost, I felt the world shifting beneath our feet, a bridge to the unknown, a promise of something greater. With one final glance back at the chaos we were leaving behind, I took a breath, the sharp tang of battle still fresh on my tongue. The cosmos stretched around us, vast and ungraspable, a reminder that we were not alone. In that moment, everything was at stake, our fears, our hopes, our very existence. And as we sped toward the unknown, all I could think was that we were just beginning to understand the full weight of the 9 realms and the intricate web woven among them. The realms awaited our next move, their whispers echoing in the void, and I knew that no matter where we landed, the battle raged on. The air crackled with tension, a thick fog curling around my legs like a serpent, whispering secrets of despair and danger. I stood at the foot of Yggdrasil, the world tree, its massive trunk towering above me, branches stretching into the cosmos like the arms of a giant reaching for something lost. Its bark, gnarled and ancient, seemed to pulse with life, a heartbeat in sync with the chaos enveloping us. Shooting stars streaked across the sky as if the universe itself was in turmoil, and beneath the sprawling roots lay the whispers of souls long gone. I felt the weight of dread in my chest. Freydis had vanished. My sister, my anchor. I remembered her laughter echoing through the halls like a sweet melody, but that was before the shadows crept in, before the whispers of the Norns grew too loud. She's a fool for wandering too close, Olaf grunted, his voice gravelly, each word heavy with unspoken fears. I wanted to scream, to rip the air apart with my grief, but the tension in his eyes tore me in two. He cared, but his rigid exterior shielded him from the terror clawing at my insides. I can feel her, I whispered, the words barely escaping my cracked lips. She's in the roots. I could sense it, could feel the echoes of her spirit tangled in that vast network, a pulse that mirrored my own. The air grew colder, a shiver creeping up my spine, and I shuddered, thinking of the ancient tales, the treachery woven into the bark, the giants lurking in the shadows, and the serpents coiling within the depths. Then we go, Olaf said, his voice suddenly fierce, igniting a fire within me. We'll cut her free. The determination in his eyes was fierce, a stark contrast to the uncertainty that shadowed my heart. How could we navigate the labyrinth of roots and history that snaked beneath us? A nightmare, perhaps, but one I could not turn away from. With every step toward the tree, I felt the earth shudder, a warning rumble beneath my feet. Each stride pulled us deeper into the heart of the ancient mythos, and the air grew thick with a scent I knew well, the perfume of old battles and forgotten gods. We were stepping into the unknown, a realm where the past blended with the present, and the whispers of the dead brushed against our skin like a lover's caress. Remember the tales? I asked, my voice barely more than a breath. How Yggdrasil connects all worlds. The Aesir up above, the frost giants below, and the souls caught in between. We were fated to become part of that very tapestry, threads woven into the fabric of existence. I felt a chill as the enormity of that reality washed over me, a wave of fear and exhilaration. Olaf nodded, his eyes darkened with memories. And how the Norns weave our fates. Do you think they know? His voice trembled, but no more than I did. The weight of destiny pressed upon our shoulders like 1,000 stone giants, and yet we moved forward, step by step, as the roots of Yggdrasil twisted and turned beneath us, a living maze of despair. Maybe they don't care, I murmured, remembering the stories where even the mightiest gods fell to madness. The fate of Freydis clung to my heart like a vice, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. The roots beckoned, dark and inviting, an underworld of secrets and shadows. I could see her in my mind, a flicker of light in the abyss, a beacon of hope. We can't let her be lost to the dark. We can't. The roots parted like swinging doors, revealing an ancient chamber pulsing with a dim, eerie glow. It was as if Yggdrasil itself had opened a mouth, ready to swallow us whole, devour our essence so we could never emerge. This is madness, Olaf whispered, his bravado fracturing, thin as the air around us. If we go deeper, we may not return. But the thought of Freydis, of her warmth, her breath, the way she lit up the dark corners of our lives, propelled me forward. I will not leave her. Not here. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears, a drum of desperation. The shadows danced around us, taunting, teasing, but I charged on, driven by a love that felt like a wildfire consuming everything in its path. As we descended into the roots, the air thickened with sorrow, a palpable weight that clung to us like a shroud. I caught glimpses of memories trapped in the bark, stories of warriors who had fought valiantly yet were lost to time. Each tale resonated through me, filling me with a sense of the ancient, of lives spent battling against dark forces. We are part of this, I murmured. Every soul worth saving is here, trapped in the past. Then I felt it, a tremor, a pulse that vibrated through the ground, like a heartbeat thrumming beneath my feet. Freydis! I screamed, the name tearing from my throat like a battle cry. Can you hear me? The darkness responded, a chorus of whispers swelling in my ears, shadows flickering at the edges of my vision. And then, silence. The kind that roars louder than any storm, heavier than the weight of 1,000 secrets. I felt Olaf's hand on my shoulder, grounding me, yet the fear surged anew. "We're not alone," he breathed, eyes wide as he scanned the dim chamber. The roots twisted, creaking in protest, as if Yggdrasil itself were alive, aware of our intrusion. The atmosphere thickened, charged with energy and foreboding. I could sense the looming presence of the Norns, their distant laughter echoing through the roots, mocking our desperation. "Let's find her," I whispered, voice trembling with an intensity that set my blood on fire. "We must confront whatever darkness keeps her." The tree shadows loomed large around us, foretelling a reckoning that would either bind us together or tear us apart. As we plunged deeper, the roots wrapped around us like serpents, squeezing tighter, and I felt the ghostly fingers of the past brushing against my skin. Every heartbeat was a countdown, every breath a prayer. I remembered the tales, the sacrifice, the struggle, the unyielding hope. Here, beneath Yggdrasil, I found the essence of what it meant to be human, frail yet fierce, lost yet longing. And with that understanding, we pressed on, two souls dancing on the precipice of fate, knowing the darkness might consume us, yet unwilling to turn back. Not when Freydis's light flickered so close, urging us forward through the shadows, through the whispers of what once was, and into the heart of the unknown. The air choked with smoke, the echoes of clashing swords still reverberating like a terrifying symphony. Bodies lay strewn across the battlefield, a grim tapestry of valor and despair, their breaths mingling with the cries of the wounded. I stand amidst this carnage, my heart a prisoner of conflicting emotions, grief, anger, helplessness. It's as if the very air has thickened, carrying the weight of loss that hovers over us like a menacing storm cloud. The ground, soaked in blood, feels alive, pulsing with the memories of those who fought and fell, and the faint whispers of the gods linger just above the horizon, teasing my senses, daring me to listen. Odin's ravens, those black-winged harbingers of fate, circle above, casting shadows that dance between the living and the dead. I remember their eyes, glinting with the knowledge of what was to come, and I can't shake the feeling that they're judging me. Am I worthy of their gaze? Do my fears, my failures, and my ever-present doubts resonate in the cosmos like a weak echo? My hands tremble as I clutch my sword, the cool steel a stark reminder of the choices I made, choices that led my comrades into this hellscape. And then there's Thor, the thunderous god, whose strength was once a beacon of hope. I see him now, shattered beneath the weight of his own grief, wrestling with a storm that rages not just in the heavens but within himself. His hammer, Mjolnir, imbued with the wrath of the skies, lies abandoned beside him like a forgotten promise. I see his fists clench, and the ground beneath our feet trembles, echoing the turmoil inside. I should have been there. I should have protected them, he murmurs, his voice a deep rumble that shakes my very soul. The weight of his guilt hangs thick in the air, a shroud over our shared sorrow, and I want to reach out, to tell him that even gods bleed when they lose. Freyja stands apart, a fierce light against the backdrop of despair. Her eyes, bright with unyielding determination, scan the battlefield. She is a warrior, yet her heart is a chasm filled with unspoken anguish, a mother mourning for the lost, a lover for the fallen. We cannot save them, but we can honor them, she says, her voice steady like a flame that refuses to be snuffed out by the winds of grief. Each word hangs in the air, a fragile thread weaving through the chaos, yet I can see it fray with each passing moment. We will not let their sacrifice be in vain. But even her strength falters under the weight of reality. I can hear the tremor beneath her bravado, the whisper of fear that maybe this time, perhaps this time, even the gods themselves can't turn the tides. Time stretches like a taut string, and every heartbeat feels like a countdown to something inevitable. The sun, once a bright orb, hangs low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield, as if it too is aware of the sorrow surrounding us. I remember the stories, the legends we whispered around fires, the great victories and the glories of old. They seem so distant now, unattainable, like stars lost in the fog of dawn. What glory can be found in a sea of grief? What honor rests in the arms of the dead? Suddenly, a scream pierces the silence, raw and unfiltered. It's a sound that seems to pull at the very fabric of reality, and I turn, my heart racing. A wounded soldier, bloodied and broken, crawls toward us, desperation etched across his face. "Help me, please." The plea shatters the stillness, and I feel the urge to rush to his side, to offer solace against the merciless tide of death. But I'm rooted to the spot, my feet heavy with the knowledge that I cannot save everyone. Odin, Thor, Freyja, each one grappling with their own demons, their own burdens. I feel the pull of their struggles, it's in the way they stare at the horizon, searching for answers that elude them. In those moments, I understand that even the gods are not immune to the chaos of emotions, the fragile nature of hope. As shadows lengthen, the sun begins to dip, casting crimson hues that bleed into the earth, reflections of the blood spilled in the rage of battle. Freyja's voice, now like a haunting melody, rises above the chaos. "We will remember," she declares, fierce determination igniting her spirit. "We will sing their names until the stars fade from the sky." Her words are a lifeline, a thread connecting us to something greater, but also a reminder of the void we cannot fill. I want to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all. I remember the faces of my fallen friends, their laughter echoing in the corridors of my mind, now silenced, lost to the winds of fate. They were heroes, every one of them. But here we are, the survivors, left to bear the weight of their absence. I can feel the anguish swirling within, clawing at my insides, and in that moment, I wonder if the gods feel it too. As the weight of sorrow hangs heavy, the darkness begins to creep in, a cloak woven from the threads of despair. I search the skies for answers, for any sign of the divine. But all I see are the stars, distant and cold, twinkling like the eyes of the lost, watching us from afar. The silence is deafening now, filled with the cries of those who were never truly gone, ghosts that linger in the shadows of memory. In this moment, I realize that we are all entwined with the very fabric of fate, woven together by the threads of loss, longing, and love. Odin, Thor, and Freyja stand as pillars amidst the chaos, yet even they grapple with the enormity of what has happened. They are not untouched by the grief that floods the battlefield. They are not mere spectators, they too are caught in this web of anguish, wrestling with their own roles in this grand, tragic tale. As night descends, the world grows darker, but within that darkness lies a flicker of something unyielding, a yearning for justice, for remembrance. I grip my sword tighter, feeling the pulse of the fallen throbbing in my veins. The confrontation is coming, I can feel it, a storm gathering on the horizon. We will rise, not just as warriors but as the embodiment of those we lost, our hearts ablaze with their indomitable spirits. And in that moment, I know that the gods will bear witness, not as detached overseers but as participants in this chaotic dance of life and death. Beneath the weight of our sorrows, we will find strength. With every breath, we will honor the fallen, reminding the cosmos that we do not forget. The battle may be over, but the war for their memory has just begun. The echoes of their sacrifices will resonate through time, a relentless heartbeat that propels us forward. As I look to the stars, I see not just loss but the promise of a new dawn, a hope that whispers through the darkness. And I understand that in this aftermath, amidst the gods and the ghosts, we are not alone. We are bound by our pain, our love, and our unwavering resolve to fight for what remains. The air crackled like static, thick with the scent of iron and smoke. I stood among the carnage, the battlefield stretching out before me, bodies laying grotesquely, their expressions frozen in the final throes of life, mouths agape in silent screams. I could hear the distant clash of steel, the guttural roars of men who once believed they were heroes. In that moment, I felt the weight of every heartbeat, every breath growing heavier, a dirge for the fallen. The ground beneath my feet was a tapestry of stories, of valor and folly, of laughter and despair. I remember Sigurd, his laughter infectious, the way he charged into battle with the ferocity of a wolf unleashed. "Tomorrow, we feast in Valhalla," he would shout, his voice booming over the chaos like a thunderous drum. But here he lay, his chest punctured by a spear, his dreams of paradise shattered like glass. The visions of glory turned to ash in my mouth, and I knelt beside him, cradling his lifeless head in my lap, tears blending with the blood staining my hands. "I remember," I whispered. "You promised." Valhalla, they said, was a paradise for warriors, a place where the bravest of souls feasted for eternity, where the mead flowed as freely as the laughter. But I felt only the chill of uncertainty in this moment. What if Valhalla was but a gilded cage? What if the echoes of our laughter were nothing but the mocking calls of ravens, circling the fallen? My heart quaked with the weight of knowing. Was there solace in death, or merely a continuation of the war? Next to me, Astrid knelt, her fierce gaze scanning the horizon, searching for her brother, lost in the chaos. Her face was streaked with dirt and blood, her armor battered, yet her spirit burned bright, a flame refusing to be snuffed out. "If he's out there," she muttered, fists clenched, "I'll find him." The fire within her could melt stone, but I could see the doubt flickering beneath her resolve. "But what will that mean for us? What if he's dead, Astrid?" The word slipped from my lips, weighted with the truth we both feared. "I remember," she snapped, her voice sharp as a dagger. "I remember when we were children, racing through the fields, dreaming of Valhalla as if it were an escape, a promise. But now, the dream felt like a cruel joke, as the cries of the dying filled the air, mixing with the stench of carnage. What if we never make it?" But there was no time for answers, only the thunder of hooves and the clang of swords, a symphony of chaos that demanded our attention. The world around us pulsed with life and death, and in the heart of the storm, we were left to grapple with our own fates. I could almost hear the whispers of the slain, their voices curling around us like tendrils of fog, beckoning us closer to the edge of despair. "Do you think they're there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, filled with a hollow ache for those who had gone before. "Do you think they're feasting? Laughing?" She hesitated as if weighing the truth against the hope. "If they are," Astrid replied, a tremor in her voice, "then they are waiting for us." The thought ignited something within me, a flicker of light in the oppressive darkness. There was beauty in our struggle, in the bonds forged through blood and fire. We were alive, and in that raw, chaotic moment, there was power. But it was fleeting, like the dying embers of a fire that threatened to extinguish at any moment. With a sudden roar, a figure emerged from the smoke, an enemy clad in armor, his eyes alight with the frenzy of battle. I felt time stretch, each heartbeat like a drum in the silence before the storm, an eternity compressed into anguish. The weight of my sword felt foreign, heavy, but there was no choice. As he charged, I met his gaze, two souls colliding in a dance of death. "Valhalla," he roared, and the word hung in the air, a haunting refrain. It echoed in my bones, a siren song calling me to the edge of oblivion. I struck, and the world around me blurred, the clash of metal ringing in my ears like a cursed melody. I felt the rush of adrenaline, the panic of life threading through my veins. Each breath came harder, each moment heavier. I thought of Sigurd, and I thought of Astrid, of the weight of their hopes. Would I be the one to join them, to prove my worth? "Do you remember?" I gasped as I swung again, adrenaline blurring the line between life and death. "The stories we told under the stars." And it hit me, a realization as sharp as the sword in my hand. Valhalla was not just a destination, it was a promise forged in the fires of battle, an echo of the life we fought for. I felt the surge of rage, sorrow, and a fierce determination. I would not let their stories fade into the shadows, I would not let their laughter die. As the enemy fell, silence enveloped me, a thick, eerie stillness that pressed against my chest. I turned, breath ragged, to see Astrid still searching, the fire in her eyes no longer just for her brother, but for all of us who fought and fell. "Look," she screamed, her voice piercing the fog, raw with desperation and hope. "They're waiting for us." In that moment, I understood. Valhalla wasn't a distant dream, it was here, in the bonds we shared, in the fight we faced together. I remember the sky darkening, the stars flickering into existence, a promise etched across the cosmos. I remember the laughter, echoing, vibrant, a melody that would never die. I remember the weight of our fears, the thrill of battle, and the warmth of each other's hands in the darkness. And I remember the moment when despair turned to defiance, when courage ignited like a flame, an unquenchable fire that would carry us forward. Time moves differently in the heart of war. It stretches, it bends, it pulls us in and out of moments we wish to hold on to forever, or escape. The shadows whispered their secrets, and we listened, hearts bound by blood and promise. What lay ahead was a path fraught with uncertainty, yet bound by the strength of our resolve. We were warriors, and we would carve our destinies into the fabric of time, for Valhalla was not merely a place, it was the very essence of who we were. And, as I stood, sword raised, heart pounding, I felt it, the pulse of life, the call of the cosmos, and the promise of tomorrow. Together, I whispered, and it surged through me like the tide, relentless and beautiful. Together, we would find our way through the chaos, toward the horizon where dreams danced like flames. Together, we danced on the edge of oblivion and hope, and in that moment, eternity was ours. The air is thick with a suffocating silence, a blanket of dread that clings to the skin like cold sweat. Shadows dance on the walls of hell, the underworld, their movements disjointed and unnatural, as if even the darkness itself is afraid of what lurks here. I stand at the threshold, breath hitching in my throat, heart pounding like a war drum. It's a realm forgotten by time, a place where lost souls wander and regrets fester like open wounds. I can feel it, the weight of memories pressing down, each one a reminder of the choices I made that brought me to this desolate place. Before me stands Leif, his eyes dark pools of despair, his face drawn tight with anguish. He has come for her. I remember the day he lost his sister, the way he crumbled beneath the weight of grief. She was everything to him, a bright spark in an otherwise dim world. Now, she's a shadow, another lost soul bound to this wretched land, and he is here to confront the very embodiment of that loss. I can't do this, he mutters, voice thick with despair, but deep down, I know he has no choice. The ghost of his sister haunts him, whispering his name, calling him like a siren song into the abyss. And there is me, just a fool in the shadows, hiding from my own demons. I had come here seeking answers, thinking that the underworld might reveal some cosmic truth about life, death, and the choices between. Instead, I find myself suffocated by my inaction, paralyzed by fear and regret. I remember standing at the riverbank, the water's surface shimmering like 1,000 broken dreams. It was there that I chose silence over action, and now I've been swept into the currents of consequence. Leif, I whisper, my voice as fragile as a cobweb, yet it slices through the silence. He turns to me, eyes blazing with a mixture of gratitude and rage. What if she doesn't want to come back? I can't help but ask. I can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the uncertainty that gnaws at his heart like a ravenous beast. She has to, he insists, but the conviction in his voice wavers like a candle in the wind. I can't live with this pain. The ground beneath us trembles, a low rumble that vibrates in our bones, and I sense that the underworld, too, is alive, a sentient entity, aware of our fears, feeding off our despair. The stench of decay, of unfulfilled promises and lost kisses, hangs heavy in the air. I remember the bodies we buried, the laughter that once filled the halls, now silenced by the weight of sorrow. It's all too much, and I need to breathe, but here, in hell, breath becomes a rare commodity. Come, Leif says suddenly, stepping forward, determination carving lines into his face. I follow, heart racing, each step echoing with the whispers of the damned. Figures loom in the distance, shadows that pulse with grief, each one a reminder of the lives they once lived. A woman wails, her voice a haunting melody that lingers in the air like smoke. Help me, she cries, but there is no one left to answer her call. I want to turn back, to flee this wretched place and escape the weight of souls trapped in the limbo of regret. But Leif presses on, driven by a love that transcends death. It's both beautiful and terrifying, a reminder of the lengths we go to for those we've lost. The ghosts gather around us, their eyes vacant yet pleading, grasping at the fabric of our reality, as if trying to pull us into their sorrow. This is the price of love, I think bitterly. To carry the weight of others' grief until it crushes you. We enter a cavern, its walls slick with moisture, and the darkness swallows us whole. Each step feels like an eternity, the air growing colder, the silence deeper. I can hear my pulse thrumming in my ears, drowning out the echoes of despair that surround us. Leif's breath is ragged beside me, a reminder that we are both still alive, still fighting against the encroaching shadows. And then we see her, a flicker of light in the darkness. She stands there, ethereal, a ghost of the girl she once was, caught between the worlds of the living and the dead. The sight of her steals my breath, the pain in Leif's eyes mingling with hope. "Alva," he cries, voice cracking like ice underfoot. Her gaze meets his, and for a moment, the air crackles with the weight of their shared memories. "Leif," she whispers, voice like wind rustling through the leaves of a long-forgotten tree. "Why are you here?" "I came for you. I thought I could save you," he says, his voice breaking, emotion bubbling to the surface. "I need you to come back with me." But Alva shakes her head, a sorrowful smile playing on her lips. "You can't save me. I'm lost, Leif. I'm not the same." The truth of her words lands like a stone in my gut. I remember how it feels to be lost, to wander aimlessly through the corridors of grief, searching for something that feels familiar but is forever out of reach. The shadows surround us, a tapestry of despair woven from the threads of countless lives, each one more tragic than the last. As the weight of the moment crashes down upon us, I see it, the flicker of doubt in Leif's eyes, the glimmer of resignation in Alva's. There is no easy way out of this torment. The underworld doesn't offer salvation, it grinds away at your heart, leaving you hollow. "Stay with me," Leif pleads, desperation clawing at his throat. But even as he speaks, I can feel the cold tendrils of hell wrapping around us, tightening like a noose. "It's too late for me," Alva whispers, her voice breaking like glass, and my heart fractures with the weight of her pain. The shadows behind her seem to pulse, hungry for the warmth of life, eager to claim another soul. I remember the city above, the laughter, the warmth of the sun, the taste of freedom. But down here, in the damp corners of despair, all that remains is the echo of forgotten dreams. The confrontation looms, a storm gathering on the horizon, ready to unleash its fury. Leif's love battles against the darkness, but I can see the cracks forming in his resolve, the fear creeping in like fog. "Alva," he whispers, and the name hangs in the air, heavy with both love and loss, tethering us to this moment, this place. And as the shadows close in, I realize that hell is not merely a destination, it is a reflection of our deepest fears, our most profound heartaches. Each step we take resonates with the ghosts of those we've lost, remind us that the battle against despair is never truly over. In this haunting moment, beneath the weight of unfulfilled promises, I am left with the chilling realization that we are all prisoners of our choices. Hell is a prison, but it is also a mirror, reflecting the darkest corners of our hearts. I reach out, grasping at the threads of time and memory, hoping to weave them into something beautiful. But the darkness seems to laugh, a cruel mockery of our struggles. The confrontation is inevitable, the emotional climax building like a wave ready to crash. "I remember," I whisper, "I remember," but the underworld is relentless, and time slips away, like sand through desperate fingers. The clock ticked relentlessly, each second an electric jolt through the heavy air. I felt it in my bones, a tremor, an undeniable sign that something monumental was unfolding. The hospital room, too sterile, too bright, felt like a cage. It reeked of antiseptic, a smell that clawed at the back of my throat and mixed with the acrid taste of fear. My heart thundered as I held her hand, the warmth retreating, ebbing like the tide from a distant shore. "Mom," I whispered, but the word felt foreign, too light for the gravity of the moment. The machines beeped, a chorus of sterile life and imminent finality. I watched as the rhythm of her breath faltered, a delicate falcon caught in a storm, struggling against the wind. Her eyes fluttered, and I could see the flicker of something searching beyond this world, beyond the confines of her frail body. In the corner, my brother, Daniel, stood like a statue, arms crossed, jaw clenched. He had always been the stoic one, the anchor in our family storm. But today, the storm was inside him, raging like wild waves crashing against a rocky shore. I could see it, the way his hands trembled, the slight sheen of sweat on his brow. The unspoken words hung between us, thick and suffocating. I could feel him retreating into himself, shutting down, as if the pain could be contained in silence. "Don't you dare leave me," I choked, squeezing her hand tighter. It felt like holding on to life itself, a fragile thread stretching between us, fraying at the edges. I could see her lips moving, forming words that would never escape, trapped in a labyrinth of fading consciousness. And yet, in that moment, I remembered her laughter, the sound of sunbeams dancing through the trees. It felt like a joke now, a cruel twist of fate. Daniel's breath hitched, and I turned to him, guilt washing over me like a tide. "Say something," I urged, my voice a frantic whisper. But he was lost, trapped in his grief while I wrestled with mine. I wanted to shake him, to pull him back into the moment, to feel the weight of our shared loss. "We have to be together in this." His eyes were dark pools, swirling with emotions too vast to name. "She wouldn't want this," he finally said, his voice barely above a murmur. "She wouldn't want us to fall apart." But we were already unraveling. The tension suffocated us, a noose tightening as the clock ticked on. With every beep of the monitor, I felt the walls closing in. Memories flitted through my mind, the picnics in the park, her gentle touch brushing my hair, the way she sang off-key in the kitchen while cooking dinner. They felt so distant, like echoes through a vast canyon, lost and unreachable. "Mom," I whispered again, desperation clawing at my throat. But she was drifting, slipping through the cracks of reality, and I could feel it, the absence of her essence, a shadow pulling away from the light. In that moment, I wasn't just losing my mother, I was losing a part of myself. The room dimmed, and I could hear a faint whisper, a breeze that carried the scent of lavender, the garden she loved, her sanctuary, a realm of peace. I closed my eyes, and suddenly, I was there again, surrounded by blooming flowers, sunlight filtering through the leaves. I remembered the way she smiled, how it lit up her face, how it felt like home. "Don't let her go," Daniel's voice shattered my reverie. "Fight for her." But how do you fight against the inevitable? How do you wrestle with shadows that loom larger than life? I felt powerless, caught in the tide of destiny, and the weight of my helplessness bore down on me. Then, a gasp, her eyes opened wide, the depth of her gaze striking like lightning. A flicker of recognition, a connection deeper than words. "I can't hold on much longer," she murmured, and her voice, soft yet thunderous, echoed in the void. A reminder that life was slipping through our fingers like sand. "Please, Mom," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "Stay with us." "I'm so proud," she whispered, her voice fading like the last notes of a favorite song. And then it happened, the stillness, an eerie calm that swept through the room like a shroud. The machines flatlined, the beeping ceasing in a chilling silence that enveloped us, wrapping us in our grief. I felt Daniel's breath hitch beside me, the weight of our reality crashing down like a tidal wave. I clutched her hand tighter, searching for warmth, for any sign that she was still with us, but the chill spread through my veins, an icy clarity. She was gone. And the world around me shattered, pieces scattering like glass. The chaos of life continued, but I was suspended in time, lost in an abyss of sorrow. I turned to Daniel, desperation clawing at my chest. "What do we do now?" He looked at me, his expression fractured. "We remember," he whispered, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We carry her with us." And in that moment, I realized, this wasn't just about death. It was about the journey of the soul, the memories woven into the fabric of our being, the love that transcends the boundaries of existence. As I stood there, the weight of loss anchoring me, I felt something shift, a stirring in the shadows. The air crackled with energy, and I could almost hear the echoes of her laughter, vibrating through the silence. The journey wasn't over, it was just beginning. In that room, I understood, we were bound to her, eternally tethered by love. And as the darkness settled in, I knew that the journey of the soul would carry on, through the whispers of the past, through the heartbeats of those still living. I took a shaky breath, heart racing, feeling the pulse of the universe, the rhythm of life and loss intertwined. The journey had shifted, but it was alive, and it would never truly end. The air crackles with tension, a pulse that thrums beneath the surface of the world. A battlefield stretches before me, a twisted expanse littered with ghosts of glory and despair. The sky is an angry bruise, casting shadows over the fallen, their bodies sprawled like broken dolls discarded after a cruel game. I remember the moment. The clash of swords, the guttural cries of the dying, all of it echoing in my ears like a haunting lullaby. This is where I stand, at the cusp of life and death, where the Valkyries roam. I spot Astrid, her silhouette sharp against the chaos, a fierce warrior with a heart tangled in conflict. Her armor glints with the blood of those she has chosen. It is both a badge of honor and a chain that weighs her down. I can see her, teeth gritted, eyes a stormy sea, wrestling with the choice before her, to choose or to spare. In that instant, I feel her agony coil around my heart. She is a warrior, yes, but she is also a woman, and that duality is her torment. Why must it always be me? She whispers, a plea swallowed by the screams of the battlefield. I get it. The weight of decision is heavy and cruel. I remember the night I had to choose between love and duty, how every heartbeat felt like a betrayal. In another corner, I glimpse Eric, his face twisted in both rage and sorrow. He charges forward, sword raised, but there's a flicker of fear in his eyes, a fear of what choosing could mean. Each swing of his blade is a desperate attempt to carve out his own destiny, yet every life he takes is a tether dragging him into darkness. He fights not just against enemies, but against himself. I see it, the reflection of a man who has lost too much, too many. Hold fast, he shouts, voice breaking, but it gets swallowed by the cacophony. I remember the struggles of my own heart, the nights when shadows dance too close, whispering secrets of loss and longing. The Valkyries descend then, fierce and ethereal, draped in the echoes of battle. They are not just warriors, they are harbingers of fate, choices cloaked in mist and shadows. Their laughter rings out, a cruel reminder of the voices we cannot escape. I watch as they float above the carnage, eyes scanning the fallen, the ones they will take to Valhalla, the ones they will leave behind. Each choice is a dagger, plunging deep into the hearts of warriors like Astrid and Eric. Pick me! Pick me, a voice cries, but it's lost in the chaos. The soldiers are desperate, grasping for life in the twilight of their last breath. I can't help but shiver, feeling their longing, their hunger for salvation, as if I, too, am on the brink of being chosen. My chest tightens, I remember the weight of my own mortality, the bone-deep knowledge that time is a fickle mistress. Astrid stands torn, a threadbare tapestry of hope and despair. She glances at Eric, their eyes meeting for a heartbeat, a fleeting moment suspended in time where everything else fades away. Does she see the man she loves? Or the killer he has become? Does it matter? The choice looms larger than the both of them, a darkened shadow stretching across the battlefield. Don't leave me, she breathes, her voice a soft echo of vulnerability. I feel the tremor of her fear, the fear that he will be swept away into the tide of oblivion while she stands rooted in place, an island in an ocean of chaos. Eric's gaze hardens, the flicker of anger mixing with despair. I have to fight! I have to, he lashes out, the frenzy of combat driving him deeper into madness. But all I see is the boy I once knew, the boy who would have given anything to keep her safe. I remember the days when we laughed over simple things, where the world felt vast yet contained by our dreams. The Valkyries swoop in, they glide gracefully, like dark angels marking the souls of the fallen with their spectral touch. They are both beautiful and terrifying, their presence a reminder that death is just a breath away, a whisper carried on the wind. Choose, Astrid. Choose. The words come, sharp as glass, cutting through the din. She clenches her fist around the hilt of her sword, knuckles white with tension. I feel the swell of her desperation, the weight of the world crashing down upon her shoulders like an avalanche, a reckless tide of loss. Why should I decide? Why is it my burden to bear? Her voice trembles, laced with anguish, reverberating through the battlefield. It pulls me deeper into her turmoil, the rawness of her soul laid bare amidst the carnage. But Eric, caught in the throes of battle, is a tempest, a whirlwind of fury. Because we're all but whispers in the wind. I can't let you choose for me, Astrid. Not again. His words hit like arrows, piercing the air heavy with consequence. I recall the moments when I had to wrestle with my own choices, the echoes still reverberating like a haunting melody. The Valkyries gaze upon the battlefield, their decision imminent, the past and future colliding in a cataclysm of fate. I can feel the clock ticking, each second a reminder that life can slip away like sand through fingers. A choice must be made, and with it, the weight of eternity lingers in the air, heavy and unyielding. Time stretches, bending and warping, as Astrid's heart races. She looks at Eric, and I see the flicker of hope interlaced with fear, a fragility that pulls at my own heart. In that moment, everything is blurred, the lines between love and duty, between life and death. The battlefield is a tapestry woven with threads of anguish, each choice a stitch that binds them together in a fate they cannot escape. I inhale sharply, caught in the tempest of their emotions, their struggles fusing into my own, and I realize, the true battle is not out there, among the fallen, but within. The Valkyries hover, waiting, poised to strike, to choose. The air is thick with tension, a silence that screams louder than any battle cry. And in that silence, my heart races, mirroring the chaos around me, as the Valkyries beckon, the shadows dance, and the choices hover on the edge of oblivion, where lives hang in the balance, where love and loss intertwine like fates entwined in a cosmic dance. The roar of the flames dance like demons in the night, licking at the fabric of the world, each crackle a heartbeat caught in the throes of chaos. I stood there, breathless, face to face with a nightmare that had become my reality, the scent of burning wood and flesh melding into the air, suffocating hope like a noose around my neck. In the shadows, Hilda's eyes sparked with defiance, twin stars that could pierce the blackest of nights. Her hands, trembling but fierce, gripped her axe, the blade glinting with the promise of vengeance. "This is our moment, Oren," she cried, voice a raw whisper, yet it shattered the silence like glass. "Live or die, we carve our names into the sky." I remember the weight of that night, the frost that clung to my skin, the tension coiling in my stomach like a serpent ready to strike. I remember the faces of those who had come before us, men and women who had walked this earth, not cowering in fear but standing tall, eager for the embrace of death that brought glory and honor. Oh, how they longed for Elysium! For the great hall of Valhalla! But it wasn't just about the afterlife, it was about the legacy that echoed through the ages, about being remembered, not as a shadow fading into oblivion, but as a flame that could never be snuffed out. With every swing of my sword, I fought against the creeping realization that this night could very well be my end. I wasn't ready. Hilda was not ready. She had dreams that fluttered within her like the wings of caged birds, dreams of a life painted in the colors of sunlight, not blood. Yet here we were, forced into a dance with death, the rhythm pulsating with the intensity of survival. Shadows loomed, dancers in the flickering light, swords glinting like the last gasp of breath escaping a dying man. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest, like a war drum that called my ancestors back from the void. Fear clawed at me, raking through my mind, but with Hilda by my side, that fear transformed. It became fuel, a blinding fire that ignited the very essence of Viking valor, the belief that dying in battle, fighting tooth and nail for your kin, was the greatest honor one could achieve. I cursed the weakness clawing at my veins. I didn't have time for doubt, for hesitation, not when blades sang a cacophony around us. "Stay close!" I shouted, but the words felt like feathers amidst the storm. The chaos spun out, swirling around us as we engaged with our foes, our enemies mere shadows against the inferno. I saw the fear in their eyes, too. They were men, like us, clutching their swords, their own dreams tangled in the web of their bloodlust. We were in a theater of death, and the curtain was about to fall. Hilda moved like a lightning bolt, striking with precision, her laughter mingling with the agony of our adversaries. "What of love, Oren?" she yelled, and for a moment, time slowed. "Does it matter now?" I could see the rage morph into something deeper, a longing unsated, as if her love was a battle of its own, one that threatened to consume her whole. "Does love count when we die?" "Only if it burns bright," I retorted, my blade slicing through the air, feeling the pulse of our connection, the yearning that said we would be more than mere mortals. We would become legends. The night wore on, and the air thickened with despair. Each clash echoed a heartbeat, each death a whisper of what could have been. I thought of my father, of his stories, the heroic deaths that danced upon the tongues of our elders, tales of warriors who had faced their end with unyielding courage. Those moments were etched into my soul, they shaped me. But did I have it in me to etch my own? A booming laugh broke through the fog of my thoughts, a mocking sound from the enemy leader, a giant wreathed in shadows. "You think you can fight fate?" he roared, his voice a thunderstorm that drowned out our resolve. That laughter rang hollow, yet it pulled at something within me, an urge to rise, to face him, to challenge the very fabric of destiny. You'll be nothing in a moment, a footnote, a forgotten ghost. But I remembered. I remembered the warmth of the fire on cold nights, the camaraderie that blossomed like wildflowers in spring. I remembered the tales of the fallen, their faces, their dreams, the laughter that echoed long after they'd left this world. I wasn't ready to be a ghost, not yet. With renewed vigor, I charged forward, guided by the furious light in Hilda's eyes, the fierce heartbeat of her spirit igniting a fire within me. We were warriors in the darkest of nights, weaving our own destiny. Every strike, every breath was a rebellion against the ordinary, the mundane slip into darkness that awaited so many. In that moment, time fractured. I saw visions of glory and death intertwined, an endless loop of bravery. I saw the stars above bear witness, the cosmos itself watching, waiting. I thought of my own death, how I wanted it to unfold. Not in silence, but in a symphony of valor. And as the enemy closed in, shadows turning into nightmares, I felt the pull of fate, the visceral connection to each breath and heartbeat, the echo of those who had come before us. Each swing of my sword was a prayer, a desperate plea to the spirits of our ancestors, asking them to embrace us, to guide our hands and hearts toward that heroic end. Together? I shouted to Hilda, and we surged forward, souls ablaze, into the maelstrom of battle, embracing the fleeting beauty of our imminent demise. We fought for more than life, we fought for the memory that death would gift us, a chance to be woven into the tapestry of history. In that ferocious moment, amidst the chaos of swords and screams, I felt it. The essence of a heroic death, raw, untamed, and brave. Not an end, but the spark of a beginning, a flame that would forever burn in the hearts of those who dared to remember. The air crackled with the heavy scent of smoldering sage, mixing with the salty tears that streamed silently down her cheeks. In the dim light of the flickering candles, shadows danced on the walls, twisting and writhing like the souls of the departed. The small room felt suffocating, a cocoon of grief wrapped around her heart, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. I stood there, paralyzed, gripping a tattered photograph of my brother, his smile forever caught in a moment that felt like yesterday and a lifetime ago. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the suffocating silence. I remember the way he laughed, the sound ringing in my ears like an echo from another world. Her fingers trembled as she placed the photograph on the makeshift altar, surrounded by wilted flowers and offerings that had long since lost their color. Each item told a story, a fragment of a life that had been torn away too soon. The wall seemed to close in as I watched her, my heart pounding with an urgency that felt almost primal. There was a ritual in the air, an unspoken agreement that the dead would not be forgotten, even if it meant confronting the darkness that lingered just beyond the light. Each candle flickered as if in response to our pain, as if they were trying to coax the dead back, if only for a moment. "Are you ready?" I asked, my voice breaking, the weight of the question hanging heavy between us. I wasn't sure if it was for her or for me. She closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath that shuddered through her chest, and nodded. For him, I will face it. We stood together, two souls intertwined by grief, shadows of our former selves, teetering on the edge of memory and loss. Outside, the world moved on, blissfully unaware of the depths of our sorrow, the rituals we practiced in honor of the fallen. The moon hung low, cloaked in clouds that threatened to spill their secrets, whispers of the past and promises of what lay ahead. "Do you remember the stories they told?" she said, her voice barely above a whisper, the memory dragging her back to a time when laughter filled the air rather than silence. The tales of the dead walking among the living, their souls tied to the earth, yearning for release. I nodded, the images flooding my mind, dark figures slipping through shadows, haunting whispers brushing against skin like a forgotten caress. So many had gathered on nights like this, performing rituals that were as old as time itself, seeking solace in the belief that the dead could still hear us, still feel our love. A sudden gust of wind rattled the window, sending a chill up my spine, and I felt it then, the unmistakable weight of a presence. "He's here," I breathed, the words barely escaping my lips before the room plunged into darkness, the candles flickering out, one by one. "Don't fear the dark," she murmured, her hand finding mine, squeezing tightly. "It's where the memories live, where they linger, waiting for us to call them back." A chill coursed through the room, and I caught a glimpse of a figure, ethereal and shimmering, hovering just beyond the veil of reality. My breath hitched, fear clawing at my chest. "What do we do?" I gasped, panic threatening to unravel me. "Speak to him," she urged, her voice steady, fierce. "Let him know we remember." And so, we stood in the suffocating dark, hearts racing, our voices trembling as we began to speak the names of the lost, weaving stories with our words, tales of laughter, love, and lives left unfinished. With each whispered memory, the air thickened, charged with a potent energy, the walls vibrating with the weight of our shared grief. "I remember," I said, the mantra spilling from my lips, each repetition wrapping around my heart like a lifeline. "I remember the way he used to tease me, the way he held my hand when I was scared." "I remember," she echoed, her voice rising in intensity, "the way he would sing us to sleep, even when he was tired himself." As we spoke, the shadows began to shift, swirling in a dance that felt both familiar and terrifying. I could see him, my brother, his face illuminated by a soft glow, his eyes filled with an understanding that transcended death. "Please," I whispered, the word cracking under the weight of desperation. "Stay with us, just a little longer." The room trembled, the shadows thickening around us, as if the very fabric of reality was being pulled taut, ready to snap. But with each memory, with every raw confession, a warmth blossomed in the air. The weight of sorrow began to lift, replaced by a sense of connection that pulsed through our veins. "I will always be here," his voice echoed, deep and soothing, wrapping around us like a blanket of love. "Remember me, and I will never truly leave." Tears streamed down our faces, a bittersweet release, as the shadows receded, leaving only the flickering candlelight and our hearts laid bare. We had faced the darkness together, confronting the ghosts of our pasts, and in that moment, a fragile understanding settled between us. The rituals for the fallen were not just for the dead, but for the living, a lifeline to each other in the depths of our grief. But just as the air began to settle, a sudden crack sounded, a clock chiming somewhere in the distance, its piercing notes echoing through the room, a reminder that time was relentless, that we were only borrowers of moments, with debts unfulfilled. The candles sputtered, the shadows began to creep back, and I felt the weight of impending loss pressing upon us once more. This was only the beginning. We were not done yet. The rituals had awakened something, stirred the air thick with possibility and dread. The night was still young, and our hearts still ached. The cycle of remembrance had only just begun. The waves roared like a pack of hungry wolves, crashing against the hull of the ancient ship, its timber creaking, protesting against the weight of the past. A boy, the last of his lineage, stood at the bow, a shiver creeping down his spine. The night was thick with salt and shadows, the kind that clung to your skin like a forgotten memory. He could taste the fear on his tongue, metallic and bitter, as he clutched a small, ornate dagger close to his chest. Its blade gleamed under the fractured moonlight, a testament to the craftsmanship of a lost age, an age that whispered secrets even the waves couldn't wash away. "I remember," he murmured, almost to himself, "the stories of the dead. They sail with us." His voice trembled, breaking the silence and slicing through the tension that hung in the air like fog. It was too late for second guesses, they were already far beyond the shoreline, beyond the reach of the world that had forgotten them. Maris, his elder sister, stood beside him, her eyes fierce yet haunted. "Do you think they'll be angry?" she asked, her voice a thin thread, barely audible over the wind. She had always been the strong one, the protector, yet in this moment, vulnerability spilled from her like rainwater from a rusted gutter. They were not just sending their father out to sea, they were laying him to rest in a tomb of wood and salt, laden with grave goods that spoke of his life, his failures, his triumphs. The dagger, the silver goblet filled with dark wine, the leather-bound book of stories, each item whispered of memories that clawed at her heart. "Angry," he chuckled, but it came out as a hollow sound, echoing the emptiness inside him. "They might just be hungry." The absurdity of it all made him want to laugh, to cry, to rage against the tide, yet all that came was a nervous chuckle that felt like a betrayal to the sorrow settling in the pit of his stomach. The ship rocked as if it were alive, a creature made from the very wood of the earth, born to carry the weight of its passengers and their stories. The stars above flickered like memories, distant and haunting, as if even the cosmos watched with bated breath. A sudden gust sent shivers through the sails, an omen or merely the wind. they could never tell. I wish I could forget, Meris said, her gaze lost in the endless dark, where the sea met the sky. But memories, they cling. Her fingers grazed the dagger's hilt, a gesture both protective and accusatory. I can't help but remember how he laughed when he told us tales of the sea, how it devoured ships whole, how the ghosts of the drowned whispered to the living. His heart pounded, a frantic drum echoing against his ribs. We're not here to remember. We're here to let go. The words came out more like a plea, a desperate mantra against the rising tide of grief. The ship surged, and with it, so did the urgency in his soul. They were not merely casting away their father, they were releasing the past, but every item they placed in the tomb felt like a stone tied to their hearts. The ritual began, the offerings were made. The dagger slid from his fingers and plunged into the earth, a guardian of secrets yet untold. The goblet followed, filled with the last drop of their father's laughter, emptied into the depths. Meris held the book for a heartbeat longer, her breath hitching, but the memory of their father's voice urging her on, "Let them sail with me," propelled her to release it into the darkness. "Are you ready?" the boy asked, but it felt more like a challenge than a question. He needed her strength, her unwavering resolve, to face the unknown that stretched like a yawning abyss before them. The ship seemed to lean into the night, as if it wished to swallow their doubts whole. "Ready?" Her laugh broke through the tension, dark and tinged with disbelief. "What does ready even mean? Ready to abandon the weight of our father? Ready to face the ghosts?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, yet the fear swirled in her eyes like shadows dancing in a flickering candlelight. I am not ready to forget his smile, or the way he smelled like salt and stories. Then remember, he urged her, his voice raw with pleading. Remember him as he was alive, not as a spectre bound to this ship. They stood in silence, the weight of the world pressing down, feeling the past wrap around them like a shroud. The ship creaked again, a low moan that echoed the weight of their hearts. But then it came, a whisper on the wind, a scoff, a snicker, a voice that echoed their fears. "You think I'm leaving?" it hissed, the wind carrying the echo of their father's laughter now twisted into something sinister. The boy's heart sank, and Meris stumbled back, her face draining of color. The shadows deepened, swirling around the ship, wrapping them in an embrace that felt more like a vice. "No," she breathed, "he's here. He never left." The boy's grip tightened around the railing as he felt the ship shudder beneath them, the wood alive with the weight of their past, the ghosts eager to join the journey. Panic shot through him like a lightning bolt. "We need to go. Now!" But even as he screamed into the void, the ship began to tilt, the horizon blurring, reality bending, as their father's voice laughed, a sound that was both a memory and a threat. "You cannot escape me. I am the tide. I am the darkness." The stars flickered alarmingly, shadows danced closer, and the ship groaned under the weight of their entwined fates. As they stood on the precipice of despair, the boy clutched Meris's hand, a lifeline in the chaos, and with each breath, he felt the past seep deeper into their present. The moment spiraled, alive with tension, the night pregnant with the weight of unspoken farewells. And there they stood, at the mercy of the waves, faced with the choice of letting go or being consumed by the very shadows that had sheltered them. The ship rocked violently, threatening to take them with it, into the darkness, into the depths, into a fate woven with memories that would never cease to haunt. The air was thick with the smell of iron and smoke, a choking reminder of the battlefield that lay before us. I stood at the edge of the chaos, heart pounding like war drums, sound swirling around me, a cacophony of clashing steel, anguished cries, and the haunting whispers of men caught between life and death. My fingers trembled on the hilt of my sword, cold and unyielding, as I felt it pulse with the weight of my vows, the blood oaths that tied me to my comrades, binding us tighter than any chain, deeper than any wound. I remember the moment vividly, flashes of memory igniting within me. My best friend, Lysander, stood beside me, eyes wide, a mix of fear and fury. He was a tempest of contradictions, brave yet haunted by his past, loyal yet unsure of his purpose. "We fight for each other, don't we?" he shouted over the din, his voice a raw edge of desperation. I nodded, though the truth was a churning knot in my gut. What if our oaths meant nothing? What if our blood spilled for naught, leaving only shadows where our dreams should be? And then there was Melis, a fierce warrior with the spirit of a lioness, her heart as untamed as the wildflowers that bloomed in the meadows she once roamed. She had a fire in her chest, a flame that both lit our path and threatened to consume her. "Remember our pact," she cried, her voice slicing through the chaos. She spoke of blood oaths, the weight of promises made over the bodies of our fallen kin. Every word was a dagger, cutting through the noise, pulling me closer to the precipice of despair and hope. I remember the moon rising high above the battlefield, casting an eerie glow that painted the scene in ghostly hues. The shadows danced like specters, blurring the line between life and death. It was all too surreal, men fighting, dying, and screaming for the families they would never see again. I could feel their pain, their raw, unfiltered anguish. Yet amidst it all, I felt a strange sense of clarity. The vows we had taken, the blood we had promised to spill, were not mere words. They were anchors, grounding us in the madness, binding our fates like twisted roots in a storm. With every clash of swords, with every cry that echoed through the night, I felt the weight of our oaths. They held us together, like threads in a fraying tapestry. I could see it in Lysander's eyes, the flicker of doubt, the struggle against despair. "What if we fall?" he whispered, almost to himself. I felt the echo of that question wrap around my heart, binding it in a grip of ice. What if we failed? What if our blood oaths became the very chains that shackled us to our doom? I remember the first time we made our vows, standing in the rain, hands clasped over a fire that flared with our shared resolve. For honor, we had sworn, for family, for each other. The words rolled off our tongues like an incantation, binding us in a way that felt like magic, a promise of solidarity that would carry us through the darkness. But now, in the chaos of battle, those words felt fragile, like glass ready to shatter under the weight of our fears. Each strike, each parry, drew us deeper into the madness. I saw Melis cut through the enemy ranks, a whirlwind of fury and grace, but even she faltered at times, the weight of our blood oaths heavy on her shoulders. "We are the ghosts of our promises," she shouted, her voice breaking, shaking the very ground beneath us. "We must remember. We must fight as one." There was a rawness to her words, a plea that resonated in the marrow of my bones. And yet, as we fought, the realization struck me like a blow to the chest. Blood oaths could bind us tight, but they could also ensnare us in despair. What if the price of loyalty was too high? What if our devotion led us to slaughter, our bodies left to rot on this forsaken land? The thought clawed at my insides, a feral beast yearning for release. But then, a moment of stillness, a breath caught in time. I glanced at Lysander, his face an open book of conflicting emotions, his promise to me written in the very fabric of his being. In that heartbeat of silence, I felt the pulse of our connection, the unyielding bond forged in the fires of battle. "Together," I whispered, a mantra rising from the depths of my soul. "Together, we face whatever comes." The battle erupted again, but this time, I moved with purpose, every swing of my sword a testament to our oaths. I could feel the spirits of our brothers and sisters lifting us, their voices urging us onward. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for the echoes of those we had lost, for the promises that bound us in honor and blood. The sky darkened, clouds swirling like the chaos around us. I remembered the faces of our fallen comrades, their laughter, their stories, their dreams now mingled with the stench of death. We carried their ghosts with us, their blood woven into our vows, igniting a fire deep within our chests. The battle became an inferno of emotion, a clash not only of swords but of souls, each swing of my blade resonating with the weight of promises made, the blood oaths that tethered us to each other, to our fates. As I fought, I felt the very fabric of our oath surge through my veins, mingling with the adrenaline and fear, turning into something greater than myself. I remembered what it meant to be bound, not just in blood, but in spirit. I could feel my heart beat in time with their unyielding courage, a rhythm of life and loss that was both terrifying and beautiful. In that moment, I understood the significance of our blood oaths. They were not just words, not just promises made in the heat of battle, they were the essence of who we were, a reflection of our shared humanity, a testament to the power of love and loyalty forged through the fires of struggle. and as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, I charged forward, sword raised high, ready to face whatever dark fate awaited us, together, bound by blood, forged in fire, eternally entwined in the echoes of our vows. The air was thick with tension, the kind that clings to your skin like sweat on a sun-drenched day. In the midst of a crumbling village, shadows danced erratically around me, whispering secrets I dared not acknowledge. I stood there, heart pounding, as the night sky, deep and unforgiving, stretched endlessly overhead. It felt like the cosmos itself was watching, waiting, holding its breath. And in that moment, I remembered, every heartbeat was a thread, every breath, a weave in the tapestry of fate. Elena stood at the edge of the village square, her fists clenched, knuckles white against the darkening sky. There was fire in her eyes, a wild desperation raged within her, a tempest that threatened to swallow her whole. "You can't leave me," she cried out, voice cracking, echoing through the empty streets like a ghost seeking solace in the living. "Not now. Not when everything hangs by a thread." Liam stood opposite her, eyes downcast, his brow furrowed with turmoil. He was a man torn between desire and duty, a puppet tangled in the strings of fate. "I have to go," he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips, heavy with an unspoken truth. "The Norns have woven my destiny. I can feel it in my bones." There was a haunting resonance in his voice, the weight of inevitability crashing over them like a tidal wave. The Norns, three sisters, ancient and inscrutable, sat at the foot of Yggdrasil, the world tree, pulling the threads of life, binding time, weaving destinies. They watched with cold, calculating eyes, knitting together the fates of mortals, indifferent to the heartache they sowed. Each of their names echoed through the ages: Erd, Verdandi, Skuld. Past, present, future. They were the loom upon which lives were crafted, joy and sorrow intertwined like a dark tapestry. A chill swept through me, crawling along my spine as I recalled the stories, how the Norns spun the threads of life, how they could unmake a fate with a single snip of their shears. I could feel the darkness creeping in, curling around my thoughts, wrapping itself around my heart. There was a tangible fear that gnawed at the edges of my mind, whispering that perhaps escape was a fleeting dream, an illusion crafted by the very hands that held the threads of destiny. "Liam!" Elena's voice cracked the air like thunder. "You don't understand. There's still time. We can change it." She stepped closer, desperation radiating from her, a light flickering against the shadows of impending doom. "I remember, when we were children, we believed we could outrun fate. We laughed at it, danced under the stars like we owned the world. But laughter was a distant memory, replaced by the grim specter of inevitability. That was before the pestilence swept through the fields, before the town descended into despair," he murmured, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We can't fight the Norns, Elena. They've spun our fates in ways we can't comprehend." A silence hung heavy between them, punctuated only by the soft rustle of leaves, like the Norns themselves whispering on the wind. I could see the struggle etched on Elena's face, a whirlwind of hope battling encroaching hopelessness. She stepped forward, trembling, her voice barely a murmur. "What if they're wrong? What if we can weave our own fate?" The moon hung low, casting an otherworldly glow over the scene, and for a moment, time seemed to stretch and bend. The air crackled with possibility, and I felt the weight of their choices suffocating me, pulling me deeper into their conflict. I could taste the bitterness of despair and the sweetness of defiance, swirling like a storm threatening to break. Liam's resolve wavered, flickering like a candle in the wind. "You don't understand," he said, voice trembling. "I've seen what they can do. My father was taken by them. A single moment, just a slip of the Norn's fingers, and he was lost, gone to the very shadows of time. We are nothing but threads in their hands, Elena. Nothing but playthings. Then let's make them see." She screamed, a raw and primal sound, as if her very soul was clawing its way to the surface. "Let's make them fear us. Let's show them that we have the power to rewrite our destinies." The clarity in her eyes ignited a flicker of hope in Liam, a fragile, flickering flame that battled against the overwhelming darkness. But the shadows loomed large, and I felt the pull of fate, a heavy curtain of inevitability cloaking them. Time pressed on, relentless, reminding them that every moment brought them closer to a confrontation they could neither deny nor escape. I remember the stories, Elena implored, her voice softer now, like the gentle rustle of memories forgotten. They say that fate can be challenged. That the Norns, for all their power, have their own fears. And in that moment, I could almost see it, the threads of their lives intertwined, dancing erratically like marionettes straining against their strings. It was a fragile, beautiful chaos, and I was captivated, ensnared by the sheer intensity of their struggle against the unseen forces that bound them. But time continued its relentless march, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes at play. The darkness wrapped around them tighter, and I felt a chill creep into my bones. The Norns were out there, lurking in the shadows, their laughter echoing, cold, calculating, and indifferent. And as the confrontation loomed, I realized that the true battle was not merely against fate but against the acceptance of powerlessness. Then we'll challenge them together, Liam said, steeling himself, words laced with a mixture of fear and determination. We'll confront the Norns, face our destinies, and weave our own fate. And as their gazes locked, the air thickened with tension, and the world around them blurred into insignificance. The fabric of existence hung in the balance, and the night sky loomed overhead, vast and unyielding, as if the cosmos itself were holding its breath, anticipating the clash of wills destined to unfold. In that moment, I felt it, the overwhelming surge of raw emotion, the pulse of life woven with the threads of destiny, and I held on to that heartbeat, that breath, that moment suspended in time. It was an echo of all that had been and all that could be, a reminder that, despite the looming darkness, there was always a flicker of defiance waiting to ignite the shadows. The air crackled with an unsettling silence, the kind that made skin prickle and hearts race. A storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds swirling like the thoughts in Hilda's mind as she stood at the edge of the cliff, staring out into the abyss that held the restless sea. The wind whipped around her, howling like a vengeful spirit, reminiscent of the ancestors that loomed over her thoughts like shadows. She could feel their presence, a weight pressing against her chest, an unyielding reminder of bloodlines and battles fought long before her. I remember, she whispered, her voice swallowed by the roaring wind. I remember the tales of warriors, of blood spilled in honor and love lost to the depths. I remember the stories they told around the fire, and the way their eyes gleamed with the light of their triumphs and failures. Her brother, Eric, stood a few paces behind her, his hands fisted at his sides. He was a man torn between loyalty and the bitter taste of betrayal, battling demons that clawed at his soul. You can't let their voices control you, Hilda. They're gone. All of them. His voice cracked, echoing off the jagged rocks like thunder. Fear twisted through him, pooling in his gut, as if the very spirits they revered were clawing their way back into the world. But how could she let go? The spirits of their ancestors whispered through the wind, entwined in the very fabric of their lives. They were the ones who had faced death without flinching, who had fought with the ferocity of wolves and loved with the passion of the stars. But we need them, she countered, her eyes gleaming with a fire that matched the storm gathering above them. They guide us. They teach us. What if their spirits have unfinished business? As if in answer, the earth trembled beneath their feet, a low rumble that sent a shiver through Hilda's bones. She remembered the tales of the great Ragnar, who had battled the giants, whose blood ran thick in her veins, connecting her to a legacy that was both terrifying and exhilarating. The clash of steel, the cries of the dying, the laughter of the living, all of it surged in her mind like a tide, relentless and overwhelming. Stop! Eric shouted, his voice rising above the wind. You're letting the past eat you alive. You think they care? They've moved on. Desperation echoed in his words, a plea for Hilda to step back from the edge of her own madness. But she could see them, could feel the cold fingers of the departed brushing against her skin, urging her to remember. I remember. I remember the night you swore you'd protect me, Eric, she murmured, her voice barely audible, heavy with the weight of memories that entwined them like ivy. I remember when Mother called for the spirits to guide us in the dark, to keep the shadows at bay. The silence stretched between them like a chasm, filled with unsaid words and memories that thrummed with tension. The wind howled, a mournful wail that seemed to echo Eric's turmoil. He was suffocating under the weight of expectation, the burdens of a lineage carved in blood. But what if they're wrong, Hilda? He shouted, the anguish splitting him open like an old wound. What if they lead us to ruin? What if their spirits are trapped by their regrets? The storm surged, dark clouds swirling ominously, shadows dancing perilously close to the edge of the cliffs where they stood. Hilda's heart raced, beating in time with the distant roll of thunder, as she wrestled with the truth that clawed at her insides. That's the price of honor, Eric. They lived and died for something greater than themselves. We can't forsake that. And in that moment, the air thickened with tension, a palpable energy building like the storm above. Hilda's vision blurred, and she felt the pull of the ancestors tugging at her spirit. She closed her eyes, drawn into a memory where the air was filled with laughter and warmth, where her mother danced beneath the stars, the flickering flames of the fire casting strange shadows on their faces. I hear them, she breathed, leaning into the embrace of the past, the memories flooding her with a deep sense of belonging. They're calling for us, for me. Eric's expression softened, but despair lingered in the corners of his eyes. And what if we can't answer? What if we fail them? There was a fracture in his voice, a vulnerability laid bare beneath the rugged exterior he wore like armor. Hilda stepped closer to the cliff's edge, the abyss yawning beneath her, a dark promise of what might happen if she let go. Then we face our own ghosts, she declared, heart racing, adrenaline coursing through her veins. We honor their memory by living fiercely, even if that means confronting the darkness. The clouds overhead swirled with violent energy, rain beginning to fall in sharp, stinging droplets, each one a reminder of the storm brewing both outside and within. The world felt alive, the air thrumming with anticipation. Hilda could almost hear the whispers more clearly now, a cacophony of voices urging her forward. She opened her eyes, vision swimming in her mind, ancestors standing tall and proud, faces twisted with courage and despair. I remember, she murmured, the words spilling from her lips like an incantation. I remember their strength. Their pains. Their joys. The shadows around them flickered, manifesting into forms she could almost grasp, figures of warriors and lovers long gone, their souls entwined with the earth. Time felt irrelevant, a mere illusion as the spirits reached out, their presence wrapping around her like a shroud. Do you feel them, Eric? She implored, desperation creeping into her voice, searching for a flicker of belief in his eyes. They are here. We cannot turn away from them. But the storm raged on, and as the thunder rolled, it felt as if the heavens themselves were tearing apart. The ancestral spirits throbbed with life, their longing wrapping around Hilda like a noose, drawing her further into the depths of the past, a place of chaos, despair, and undeniable strength. I remember, she breathed, her heart pounding in sync with the rising storm, every beat a reminder that this struggle was far from over. The ancestors loomed closer, shadows in the night, their ethereal presence both haunting and comforting. With every breath, every heartbeat, the line between past and present blurred, and the whispers of the ancestors grew louder, echoing the truth that bound them all. That in the midst of heartache, fear, and longing, the shadows of their lineage would forever intertwine with their fates, urging them to stand united against the darkness. And as the storm broke loose, unleashing its fury upon the cliffs, Hilda knew this was only the beginning. The spirits wouldn't let them go that easily. After all, some bonds run deeper than blood, and some legacies refuse to be forgotten. The wind howls like the wailing banshees of the lost, ripping through the skeletal branches of gnarled trees that cling to the edge of a cliff, teetering over the abyss. I stand there, heart in my throat, the icy fingers of dread gripping my spine. Below, the endless dark yawns wide, and within that void lies the echo of the past, faint whispers of heroes and the damned, forgotten souls caught in a dance between worlds. It's a party no one wants to attend, where the only guest list is written in blood and regret. Beside me, Einar, his face drawn with the weight of 1,000 sorrows, stares into the shadows as if searching for someone lost. The flicker of his hope, fragile, like a candle in a storm, gazes back from the depths. I remember, he whispers, his voice trembling. I remember the tales, the glory of Valhalla. But what if it's all a lie? Each word lingers in the air, pregnant with the gravity of his despair. The echoes of laughter from the mead halls become taunts, and the sights of feasting warriors morph into a grotesque mirage. Then there's Astrid, feet planted firmly on the ground, arms crossed like a shield against the world. Her eyes are fierce, blazing with the remnants of a spirit that refuses to be extinguished. "You think this life is everything," she snaps, her voice sharp as glass. "Look at us. We're shadows, haunted by the past. I can't waste another breath chasing illusions." Each syllable cuts through the fog of uncertainty that envelops us, but within her defiance, there's a tremor, like the very earth beneath us threatening to quake. The air thickens, heavy with our collective anguish, as the sun dips below the horizon, surrendering the sky to the creeping shadows. The world around us becomes a husk, a fading echo of life, trees morph into specters, and the chilling breeze carries the scent of decay. I can feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a heartbeat that syncopates with the drum of fear. Time distorts. I remember laughter echoing in the halls of my childhood, the sense of bread baking and the warmth of a mother's embrace. But life has a funny way of twisting memories into bitter shards. We've bartered our innocence for knowledge, and it weighs heavily. "You were the brave one, I know," I murmur, my voice wavering. "Fighting for glory, dreaming of a golden hall." But now, I trail off, swallowing the lump in my throat. Now we're left standing on the precipice, staring into the dark. Einar's gaze flickers to me, an ember of regret igniting in his eyes. "And what of you? You had dreams too." The accusation hangs in the air, a gauntlet thrown at my feet, daring me to respond. I think back to the tales of Odin, the All-Father, who traded an eye for wisdom, who sought knowledge even in the depths of hell. The price of truth can be steep, and I wonder if I'm prepared to pay it. A sudden rush of wind sends a chill through my bones, and for a fleeting moment, I can almost hear the whispers of the Valkyries, calling forth the bravest of the fallen. A shiver dances along my spine as I glance toward Astrid, her face pale, her resolve cracking like old plaster. "What if we are not chosen?" she asks, her voice trembling, the bravado stripped bare. "What if there is only darkness and nothing more?" The question hangs, a pendulum swinging between hope and despair. I reach out, my hand brushing against hers, the warmth of our shared fear igniting a flicker of comfort. Then we make our own stories. I breathe, but deep down, I know the truth. The weight of the abyss presses against our souls, waiting for the moment we waver. Einar's breath catches, and for an instant, I see the specter of doubt dance across his features. "Can we?" The stars blink down at us, distant and cold, as if they too question our resolve. The cosmos is a cruel mistress, indifferent to our plight. "We're already ghosts," Astrid snaps, shaking her head as if to dispel the shadows. "We're bound by the choices we made, by the lives we led." Each word is a blade, slicing deeper into the fabric of our shared existence, unraveling us thread by thread. The wind howls again, and it carries with it a promise of something lurking just beyond the veil, a specter that knows our fears, our failures, and the aching silence of our dreams gone awry. It taunts us, wrapping around our hearts, squeezing until breaths come in shallow gasps. I want to scream, but the sound dies in my throat. What if there's no Valhalla? What if Einar's voice falters, the thought trailing off like smoke dissipating into the night? In that moment, I understand the truth of our existence. We are all travelers caught in the liminal space between life and death. The afterlife, as presented in the poetic Edda, feels like a cruel joke, a fleeting glimpse of glory wrapped in the shrouds of fate. We stand at the crossroads of choices made and paths not taken, and the weight of our uncertainties presses down like a leaden sky. A flicker of movement catches my eye, and the shadows seem to shift, a whisper of something ancient stirring. Are we truly alone? I whisper, the vulnerability of the question clinging to the air. Astrid's eyes widen, the fear palpable, and Einar clenches his fists, a defiance rising, but deep inside, I sense the trembling uncertainty. The night deepens, and the specters of our past loom larger, creeping closer, their laughter twisted into a haunting melody that reverberates in the marrow of our bones. Each heartbeat echoes the uncertainty of our fate as we stand on the brink, staring into the dark, a chasm that promises nothing but the unknown. I remember, Einar begins, but the words catch in his throat, overwhelmed by the weight of what it means to remember. I stare into the void, my own memories swirling like a tempest, fragmented and disjointed, the past clawing for recognition. The cosmos above watches, indifferent and cold, as we cling to our fragile humanity, caught between the whispers of the afterlife and the shadows of our reality. Each breath we take is a thread woven into the tapestry of existence, and as the night stretches on, the darkness beckons, whispering secrets only the brave dare to challenge. In that moment, we are teetering on the edge of despair, longing for the embrace of something, anything, that might offer solace in a world that has forgotten us. And yet, the abyss calls, a haunting reminder that we are never truly free, never truly alone. The night was a shroud of ink, swallowing every flicker of light, every whisper of hope. Beneath the heavy, suffocating darkness, a single street lamp flickered, casting a feeble glow over cracked pavement. I could hear the echoes of my own breath, shallow and hurried. It felt like the universe was squeezing in around me, tightening its grip as the weight of existence pressed into my chest. There, in that moment, I was not just a witness. I was a participant in the dance of life and death, a pulse, a heartbeat, a trembling nerve at the edge of despair. "Lila?" A voice shattered the silence, raw and desperate, reverberating through the empty streets. I spun around, my heart a drum in my ears. There she stood, hair wild, eyes like storm clouds, the very essence of terror and determination. Lila had seen too much. She wore her pain like a second skin, the shadows of her past etched into the lines of her face. "You have to come with me." But there was something haunting about her urgency. It clawed at my insides, a reminder of the gaping maw of loss that had swallowed my own existence just weeks ago. I wanted to run, to escape the suffocating gravity of her fear. But then I remembered, my younger brother, Jamie, his laughter echoing like a ghost, unshackled and free. And suddenly, I was rooted in place, caught in the sticky web of memory swirling around my heart. "Where?" I asked, my voice a mere tremor. The words felt heavy, like stones in my throat. "The cemetery," she breathed, glancing over her shoulder as if the very shadows were hunting us. It's happening again." I knew what she meant. The townsfolk whispered about the cycles, the inexplicable return of the dead, rising as if reborn, as if life were but a cruel joke. Each time, the veil between existence and oblivion grew thinner, hovering like a specter, taunting us with promises of salvation, or damnation. I had buried my brother there, the ground still fresh, as if it could swallow the last traces of him. "Lila, we can't." "It's too dangerous," I protested, though more to myself than her. I remembered Jamie's laughter, the way it could fill a room, push out the shadows. They're gone." "Gone," she echoed, her voice quaking, a fragile leaf in a storm. "Are you sure about that?" A sick realization twisted in my gut. The air around us seemed to pulse with unspoken truths, heavy with dread. Hadn't I felt Jamie's presence? In dreams where he'd beckoned me from beyond the veil, his smile an echo of sunlight piercing the darkness. I shivered, a chill racing up my spine. We moved as if through molasses, each step dragging the weight of the unthinkable. The cemetery loomed ahead, a jagged silhouette against the slivered moonlight. The wrought iron gates creaked open, yielding to us like fangs opening to swallow prey. I hesitated, heart slamming against ribs, as the smell of damp earth enveloped me, familiar and sickening. I thought of Jamie, thought of how he would have laughed at our folly, perhaps even joined us in our reckless pursuit of the unknown. "Lila, wait!" I gasped, the words bursting forth as if from a dam. "What if we shouldn't be here? What if they're angry?" "Angry," she spat, her eyes flickering. "Or maybe they just want to be remembered." The cemetery was a labyrinth of memories, each grave a testament to a life once lived. I felt the pulse of the past beating beneath my feet, a rhythmic echo that resonated deep within me. And then I saw them, figures materializing from the shadows, ethereal and haunting. They moved like smoke, flickering at the edge of my vision, half-formed and teetering on the edge of reality. "Jamie?" My voice quivered, barely a whisper, but it sliced through the dark like a knife. I could see him, just beyond the reach of the lamplight, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. The air crackled with energy, a charged moment where time twisted and bent. A memory surged within me, his laughter, the warmth of his hand in mine. And then Lila screamed. A sound that pierced the night, raw and primal, a plea for deliverance. The figures recoiled, swirling like mist before a storm. I clenched my fists, heart racing, fear bleeding into determination. I stepped forward, into the fray, the boundary between life and death pulsing through my veins. "Let him go!" I shouted, my voice trembling, threading through the shadows. "He deserves to be free." Their silence was a symphony of despair, a cacophony of the unresolved. For every heartbeat I felt, I realized there was also a void, a chasm of grief that threatened to swallow us whole. "Time isn't linear," Lila whispered, trembling beside me. "We're all just echoes, reflections of what was and what could never be. That's the cycle, and in that moment, everything crystallized, the past, the present, the endless cycle of life and death. The very essence of our existence hung in the air, charged with emotion, a raw nerve exposed to the elements. I felt Jamie's presence intensify, his laughter now a haunting melody threading through the night. "Don't turn away," I urged, feeling the weight of the moment. "You're never truly gone." The air hummed, vibrating with the resonance of truth. With every breath, I pulled in the weight of the world, the joy, the agony, the fleeting beauty of existence. I saw Lila beside me, her defiance an unyielding flame against the encroaching dark. And then I understood, this moment, this convergence of grief and hope, was the heart of our shared humanity. We were not only fighting for those we loved, but also for ourselves, for the chance to feel alive amid the relentless cycle of life and death. As the figures swayed, a dawning light flickered at the edges of the night, illuminating the path forward, weaving through the embrace of shadows. My heart raced as I reached out, ready to grasp the luminous thread of connection, ready to confront the very fabric of existence. "Life and death," I whispered, "the words a mantra, are not the enemy, they are the same song, an eternal dance." In the face of darkness, we stood together, two souls intertwined, bound by the cycles of existence, caught in an endless loop where nothing was ever truly lost, where every heartbeat echoed through eternity. The boundaries blurred, we were both lost and found, both alive and dead, forever entwined in this haunting embrace of existence. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of smoke and fear, as the villagers gathered, their faces pale under the flickering torchlight. A chill snaked down my spine, the kind of chill that whispered secrets, igniting shadows in the corners of my vision. I stood among them, heart pounding, a drumbeat of dread and anticipation as we awaited the gods' call to sacrifice. Clutched in my trembling hands was a small blade, gleaming with the blood of my own uncertainty. I remember the first time I saw Anya dance, her movements a violent blend of grace and defiance. She was a flickering flame, drawing me in, even as the village whispered about her madness. Her laughter, a symphony of chaos, echoed through the fields, a stark contrast to the heaviness that enveloped us now. But tonight, her eyes lacked that fire, dulled by dread, every heartbeat a reminder of the price we were to pay. If I had known, she had whispered earlier, I might have tied my heart to the stars instead of this cursed ground. Even now, as the flickering flames cast an eerie glow on her face, I could see the remnants of her spirit crushed beneath the weight of inevitability. Her hands trembled, not from the cold but from the turmoil of her soul. "It should have been a choice," she murmured, lips barely moving, "but choice is a luxury we can't afford." And there was Tarek, a man forged in grief, eyes shadowed by loss. He had sacrificed his brother last year, a desperate offering to appease the gods who demanded blood for blessings. The memory of his scream still haunted him, echoing in the hollow chambers of his heart. "I thought I would feel lighter," he confided in me, "but the weight only grows heavier." Now, he stood rigid, hands clenched, jaw set, as if he could fight the gods with sheer will. A horn sounded, deep and resonant, reverberating through the very bones of the earth. The village leader stepped forward, a grizzled man with eyes like storm clouds, and proclaimed the offering. His voice sliced through the air, drawing us closer to the precipice of despair. I felt the collective breath of the villagers hitch, a shared gasp that seemed to bind us together in this grotesque theater of sacrifice. "Tonight, we honor the gods," he declared, his tone heavy with forced conviction, "for only through sacrifice can we secure our future." The words rolled off his tongue like poison, leaving a bitter taste in the air. I could see Tarek flinch, shoulders tensing, as if each word were a blade cutting deeper into his scars. I remember the stories, I whispered, the memories flooding my mind, old tales of gods who walked among us, hungry for offerings, their insatiable appetite satisfied only by blood. I remember, my voice trailed off, drowning in the weight of history that wrapped around us like a shroud. Anya caught my gaze, her eyes wide, searching for a glimmer of hope. What if we refuse, she breathed, the question hanging in the air, heavy and electric with the possibility of defiance. For a heartbeat, I tasted the sweetness of rebellion on my tongue. But the fear that gripped my heart was a vice, squeezing tighter with each passing second. Then came the moment, the silence before the storm, the breath before the plunge. The villagers turned, their eyes darting toward the horizon, where lightning flickered ominously. The storm loomed, a dark curtain drawing closer, threatening to engulf us all. "The gods are angry," Tarek hissed, voice strained, the tremors in his hands betraying his bravado. The earth beneath us trembled, a low growl that resonated within our souls. "It will be one of us," Anya murmured, breaking the silence, the realization dawning like a shadow creeping across the land. "One of us must pay." The weight of her words settled over us, thick and suffocating. In that instant, I felt the aching pull of the cosmos, an absurdity that mirrored the chaos of our existence. The stars above twinkled mockingly, as if they knew the futility of our struggle against the inevitable. I thought of the countless sacrifices made before us, lives extinguished, hopes dashed, all laid at the altar of divine whim. Tarek's eyes locked onto mine, a silent plea for solidarity, for understanding. "We can't let this continue," he urged, voice shaking with anger and fear. "We owe it to ourselves to fight back." But even as the words left his lips, the doubt clawed at me, gnawing at the edges of my resolve. Anya, resolute and fierce, stepped forward, breaking through the silence like a warrior emerging from the shadows. "If we do nothing, we will be nothing," she declared, her voice rising above the murmurs. "We must offer something greater than blood. We must offer our souls." A gasp swept through the crowd, disbelief mingling with a flicker of hope. I watched Anya, her spirit igniting the torches of rebellion in our hearts, illuminating the darkness that threatened to consume us. "We will not let fear dictate our fate," she continued, courage surging within her. "We will confront the gods." The atmosphere crackled, a tension so thick it felt suffocating, and I found myself drawn to her defiance, a moth to a flame. The possibility of something greater stirred in my chest, a wild, reckless yearning for freedom. Each heartbeat synced with the pulse of the earth, a rhythm that echoed the very essence of life. Then the skies unleashed their fury, thunder rumbling like a giant's roar, drowning out our fears. Lightning illuminated our faces, casting shadows that danced like phantoms, and for a moment, I felt invincible. We were not merely offerings, we were a chorus of souls rising against the tide of sacrifice, a collective scream against the void. "Let us challenge the gods!" I shouted, my voice blending with Anya's, the flames of rebellion igniting within our hearts. And as the storm raged around us, I knew this was only the beginning, a confrontation that would echo through the ages, a testament to our unwillingness to be shackled by fear. The night swallowed our cries, but we were more than mere whispers in the dark. We were a storm of our own, poised to shatter the chains of sacrifice forever. The moon hung heavy in the sky, an unblinking eye in the darkness, illuminating the remnants of a forgotten town. Shadows danced across cracked pavement, whispering secrets to the night. A single streetlight flickered, casting a sickly yellow hue on the graffiti-stained walls. Time had slipped away here, yet the memories remained, clawing at the edges of sanity. In the midst of this stillness, a scream shattered the silence, a raw, piercing cry that echoed off the walls like a ghost refusing to be laid to rest. I jolted, my heart racing, as I turned toward the sound. There she stood, clutching a photograph, trembling like a leaf in a storm. Her name was Lila, and in her eyes burned the fire of 1,000 lost souls, each one a memory that haunted her relentlessly. "I remember," she gasped, her voice breaking, "the last time I saw him." Tears streamed down her face, painting tracks on her flushed cheeks. "He promised he'd come back." The words tumbled out like stones, heavy and unyielding. I could almost see the flickering image of him in her mind, the wild curls, the laughter that echoed like a melody through dark times. Beside her, Jonah stood like a statue, his jaw clenched tight, fists trembling at his sides. He was a fortress of grief, unyielding yet crumbling, battling the weight of memories that suffocated him. "You can't keep doing this, Lila," he murmured, his voice a raspy whisper, as if he were afraid the very air would shatter. "It's tearing you apart." But Lila didn't hear him. She was lost in the labyrinth of her mind, where the past wove itself into every heartbeat. I remember, she clutched the photograph like a talisman, a lifeline tethering her to a world that felt impossibly distant. I remember the way he smiled, that summer night when we danced under the stars. I was so sure we'd have forever. The photo slipped from her fingers, fluttering to the ground like a wounded bird. Jonah stepped forward, the anguish in his eyes deepening as he gazed at the image of a boy with a bright future, now a ghost. "He wouldn't want this for you," he said, but each word felt like a pebble thrown into a vast ocean of despair. The night thickened, wrapping us in an unsettling embrace. I felt it in my bones, the weight of loss pressing down, and the memory swirling around like a storm. Lila's grief was a palpable thing, a shadow that loomed larger with each passing second. I could almost hear the echoes of laughter, the sound of a life lived, now reduced to fragments that broke against the shores of reality. I remember, the words clawed their way back out of her throat, desperate for release. I remember the promises we made, promises. Jonah interrupted, his voice rising like thunder. "What good are they now? They're just ghosts. You can't hold on to the dead." The silence that followed was deafening. It hung in the air like a noose, suffocating and tight. Lila's eyes widened, the horror of his words crashing into her like a wave. "You don't understand. They're all I have left." "Are they?" Jonah pressed, pushing through the darkness to reach her. "Or are they just a prison? Let them go, Lila. They're not coming back." His voice cracked under the weight of his own pain, and for a moment, I saw the boy she loved reflected in his features, the flicker of hope drowned in desperation. "But what if I forget?" Lila whispered, her breath hitching as she grasped for control in a storm that threatened to consume her. "What if I forget his laughter, his touch? What if I forget him?" The world around us grew still, as if the universe itself held its breath. I felt it too, the panic that clawed at the edges of my mind. Memories can be cruel, like shadows that stretch and distort, but they also hold power, a strength that can anchor us amidst the chaos. It was a dual-edged sword, and the weight of that truth bore down on us, each heartbeat a reminder of what had been lost. "I remember," I whispered, my own voice trailing off, as the darkness swirled around us. Remembering can be our salvation, but it can also be our curse. I stepped into their bubble of grief, desperate to connect, to pull us all back from the edge. We can keep their spirit alive through our stories, through laughter and tears. But we must also live. We owe it to them. Lila's gaze flickered between us, uncertainty clouding her beautiful features. The photograph lay at her feet, the boy's smile frozen in time. She had built a shrine around her memories, a mausoleum of anguish. But what if we could create something new from the ashes of the past? Jonah's eyes softened, the tension easing as he reached for Lila's trembling hand. "We can remember together. But we must also keep moving forward. We owe them that." In that moment, the air shifted. The shadows receded slightly, revealing the faintest glimmer of hope. I could feel the weight of the memories pressing against us, but I also felt the spark of possibility igniting a flicker of resilience. "I remember," Lila began again, but this time there was a different cadence to her voice, an ember of determination. "I remember how he loved the rain. How we'd dance in it, arms wide open, laughing like fools." Jonah squeezed her hand tighter, and I could see the walls beginning to crack. "Then let's keep dancing," he said, his voice firm with conviction. "Let's keep him alive through every drop that falls." And in that small act of defiance against the darkness, we stood together, holding on to the memories, refusing to let the fallen fade away into the abyss. The night was still thick with shadows, but together we would weave a tapestry of light from the remnants of our pain. The moon above bore witness to our resolve, a silent guardian in the vastness of the cosmos. The The wind whispered through the trees, carrying our hopes and fears into the ether, as we embraced the complexity of memory, the beauty and the heartbreak, the ghosts and the dreams, all bound in an eternal dance of remembrance. The air was thick with unspoken words, a tension that vibrated like the taut string of a bow, ready to snap. I stood on the knife edge of twilight, the sky bleeding into an angry crimson, mirroring the chaos in my chest. This was the moment when silence screamed louder than any battle cry. I could taste the bitterness of vengeance, sharp and metallic, a promise waiting to be fulfilled. My heart raced, it drummed like a war march echoing through the hollow corridors of my mind, a prelude to the storm brewing in our small town. Across the square, I saw him. Lucan. His eyes, dark as the coming night, pierced through the distance, carrying the weight of 1,000 unshed tears and unspoken fears. I remembered his laughter, a sound like glass shattering, bright yet heartbreaking. It had been years since that laughter echoed through our lives, replaced now by the hollow clang of retribution. Our families had been entwined in a blood feud that turned once vibrant laughter into whispers, shadows, and ghosts haunting our every move. Revenge, they said, and the word tasted like ash in my mouth. It was a bitter fruit born from the roots of pride and honor, each bite sickeningly sweet yet heavy in my stomach. I had lost too much, and Lucan had lost everything. We were two pieces of a shattered mirror, reflecting pain and sorrow, the sharp edges threatening to draw blood at any moment. I remember the night it started, the fire. The flames danced like wild spirits, consuming everything in their path, leaving only charred memories behind. I stood on the fringes, watching as Lucan's home turned to cinders. The crackling of burning wood played a sickening melody, muffled by the cries of those who lost their homes, their lives. And inside that inferno, my brother. My brother who had tried to save it all, only to have the flames swallow him whole. It was Lucan's family who had done this, whether by intention or negligence, it didn't matter. The blood-stained roots of our families twisted around my heart, squeezing tighter with every thought, every breath. Honor demanded justice, demanded blood. I felt the pulse of my family's rage thrumming beneath my skin, a dark, irresistible tide pulling me closer to the edge. "Are you ready?" whispered Mara, her voice a silken thread weaving through the cacophony of my thoughts. She was my anchor and my storm. Her spirit flickered with a wildness I both admired and feared. "We've waited long enough." Her eyes glimmered under the last light of the setting sun, a fire that mirrored the one that took my brother. She had lost her father, her family, to this never-ending cycle, and now stood beside me, a soldier clad in the armor of shared grief. I looked into her eyes, those deep pools of sorrow and resolve, and nodded. It was time. But as we moved toward Lucan, I felt the weight of every step. The echoes of our pasts clung to me like the chill of autumn's breath. Each memory, a specter of what once was, whispered warnings of consequences, of the blood that cried out from the ground for justice, or was it vengeance? The lines blurred, and I was afraid. Afraid of losing myself in the storm we were about to unleash. As we crossed the cobbled stones of the square, the town felt alive, the shadows stretching long and hungry, waiting to swallow us whole. The wind howled, carrying with it ghosts of the past, the laughter of children that once filled the air now replaced by a deathly silence. I could almost hear my brother's voice, urging me back. "Don't do it, sister. Don't let the darkness take you." But the shadows were relentless, whispering promises of honor and retribution. The air thickened with tension, and I glanced back at Mara, her jaw set, her resolve mirroring my own. I could feel her pulse out of sync with the world around us, a heartbeat among the chaos, urging me forward. And then we saw him. Lucan stood at the edge of the square, a silhouette against the dying light, the weight of his family's legacy pressing down on his shoulders. He looked lost, haunted, a man caught in the web of his own choices, a reflection of me, a mirror of grief and fury. "Why?" I shouted, the word ripping from my throat like a wild animal. "Why did you let this happen? Why didn't you save him?" His eyes glimmered with unshed tears, the shadows pooling in the creases of his brow. "I didn't know," he replied, voice trembling, raw. "I never wanted this. I loved him too." In that moment, the anger, sharp and delicious, twisted into something else entirely. A full circle of pain. We were all trapped in this relentless cycle, bound by blood and fire, and I realized that revenge was a monster more fearsome than any imagined foe. I felt it crawl inside me, cold and insatiable, twisting my heart into knots. I took a step closer, my breath hitching in my throat, caught between the desire for justice and the ache of empathy. "This isn't just about our families anymore," I said, the words spilling out, each one a crack in my armor. "It's about us. Our lives. We're letting them steal our happiness, our future." Lucan's face softened, shadows fading under the weight of understanding. "Then what do we do? Can we break this cycle?" Mara stepped forward, her resolve flickering like the last flame of a dying candle, and I felt the pulse of hope, a fragile thread that dared to weave us together in this dark tapestry. We stood there, three souls intertwined in a web of fate, standing on the brink of a choice that could either condemn us or set us free. The night stretched before us, a chasm of uncertainty, and I knew that every heartbeat echoed with the promise of change. The world around us held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of vengeance and honor, the moment when we would decide if we were to be consumed by the darkness or rise above it, together. And as the shadows deepened, I felt the clock ticking, each second a reminder of how fragile life was. The ghost of my brother lingered in the air around me, urging me forward, urging me to make my choice. The time was now. The darkness could wait no longer. The air hung heavy, saturated with the scent of burnt wood and ash, a chilling reminder of the night the sky cracked open. I stood at the edge of the blackened ruins, the shadows of charred trees looming like specters of despair. The whispers of my neighbors, their voices trembling, cracking with grief, enveloped me, an unyielding shroud. I can still hear the echoes, the sharp inhalations of disbelief. How could it happen? Not here. Not to us. I remember the flames licking at the sky, a furious orange tongue devouring everything it touched. I remember how, in that moment, I was paralyzed, a witness trapped in the eye of a storm. And there was Sarah, my neighbor, her hands trembling not from the cold but from fear, her eyes wide and hollow, glittering with unshed tears. "It was my fault," she said, and the weight of that confession hung between us, thick and suffocating. But Sarah isn't the only one carrying the burden. I see Thomas, his face pale and drawn, the lines of worry etched deep, a road map of anguish tracing the corners of his mouth. He lost everything that night. I should have gone to him, should have offered my shoulder, but instead, I took a step back, paralyzed by my own fears, my own inadequacies. I'm not the savior, I'm just a coward. The town gathered, a living organism of grief and solidarity, hearts beating in a synchrony of sorrow. We touched shoulders, hands clasped, eyes darting in a kaleidoscope of emotions, fear, anger, regret. The collective mourning seeped into our bones, a shared ache that pulsed through the crowd like a heartbeat. "We will rebuild," someone shouted, but the words felt brittle, cracked like the burnt remnants of our homes. I remember the first time I saw the smoke. It curled into the sky like an uninvited ghost, beckoning us to come closer, to witness the destruction. The townsfolk, once strangers in passing, transformed into a mosaic of shared pain. We all belonged to this tragedy, a community woven tighter than any fabric, yet fraying at the edges. The funeral was a symphony of sorrow, each sob a note, each tear a silence that echoed through the air. We stood shoulder to shoulder, a sea of black coats, our faces glistening with tears. Sarah clutched her daughter's hand, a fragile lifeline in a chaotic world. Her daughter's eyes were wide, innocent, trying to make sense of the world falling apart around her. "When will things be normal again?" the child asked, and I watched as Sarah's facade shattered, the mother's heart breaking in real time. Normal. I whispered to myself, the word tasting foreign. What is normal? The clocks ticked on, reminding us of time lost, yet the world felt suspended, a perpetual twilight where we were perpetually grieving. Then came the evening of the candlelight vigil. The sky was a muted canvas, painted in shades of dark blue and violet, as we gathered in the park, flickering flames held aloft, tiny stars against the encroaching darkness. I scanned the faces, searching for solace in the familiar, but found only shadows. Sarah stood beside Thomas, their shoulders brushing, a silent pact forged in shared loss. We will remember them, I heard someone say, a prayer pulled from the depths of pain. But the night pulled at us, tugging and twisting our hearts. Ghosts of memories danced in the flames, and I felt the pull of nostalgia for lives that could have been dreams extinguished too soon. I held my candle tightly, the wax warm against my palms, and closed my eyes, feeling the weight of grief settle like a blanket over us all. Together, we stand, Thomas said, his voice roughened by emotion. Together, we fight. The words were a rallying cry, igniting a fire in our hearts. I could see it in Sarah's eyes, the glimmer of hope intertwined with despair, the flicker of something, a defiance against the darkness. But the community isn't just about mourning, it's about the celebration of life, too. As the days passed, the laughter began to break through our sorrow, hesitant at first, like a shy child creeping from behind a curtain. I remember the Sunday potluck, the tables laden with food, a feast born of resilience. We gathered, sharing stories, laughter spilling into the air, each smile a defiant act of rebellion against the shadows that still lurked. Remember that time I tried to bake a pie? Someone said, and the laughter erupted like fireworks, bright and vibrant against the lingering grief. The weight of sorrow remained but began to shift, to mingle with the sweetness of connection. We danced on the razor's edge of joy and sorrow, a delicate balance that felt sacred. As the sun dipped low in the horizon, casting long shadows over our gathering, I caught a glimpse of Sarah and Thomas sharing a quiet moment, words unspoken but understood. Their hands brushed, a simple touch, yet it spoke volumes. Hope blossomed between them, fragile yet fierce, a new light breaking through the remnants of darkness. But with hope came uncertainty. What does tomorrow hold? Will the past linger like an unwanted ghost? I felt the pull of questions, curling around my heart like vines, constricting but also grounding me in this moment. I remembered the smell of smoke, the taste of ash, the feeling of loss, but also the warmth of community, the laughter that broke the tension, and the memories we were forging anew. Then the clock struck. Time kept pushing forward, yet I felt suspended, caught in the cycle of grief and celebration. We gathered under the stars, our community a constellation of lives intertwined, a tapestry woven from threads of heartache and joy. I took a breath, feeling every pulse, every heartbeat echoing through the air, the weight of collective mourning entwined with the thrill of celebration. We would carry our scars, each one a testament to our resilience, a reminder that even in the darkest nights, the flames of hope can flicker to life, igniting a path forward. And as I looked into the faces illuminated by candlelight, I knew this was not the end. It was just the beginning, a bridge that would carry us onward, forever entwined in the dance of loss and love, of mourning and celebration. The night stretched before us, vast and full of possibility, a canvas yet to be painted. The night was thick with an unsettling silence, the kind that wraps around you like a shroud, dense and stifling. A moon hung low, veiled by dark clouds that flickered with the ghostly whispers of long-forgotten battles. I stood there, breath shallow as the aftermath of carnage echoed in my mind, the stench of iron and burnt flesh still clinging to my skin. Rain began to patter softly, but it felt more like the heavens were weeping, mourning what had been lost on that blood-soaked field. "Do you hear it?" Elara asked, her voice a fragile thread woven through the heavy air. She stood beside me, her eyes wide and haunted, searching for something, anything, in the dark. "It's like they're calling out." I swallowed hard, the taste of ash lingering on my tongue. "The dead don't call, Elara. They howl." It was true, I could almost hear their cries mingling with the rustling leaves, a cacophony of desperation that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. We had faced them, the shadows of the fallen, remnants of lives extinguished by our blades. I felt the weight of it, like a mountain resting on my chest. Each face haunted me, every scream echoing in my mind. I was a mere vessel for violence, a puppeteer of death. The battlefield had been a dark stage, and I had played my part far too well, each movement a tragic dance toward a fate I could never escape. Beside Elara, Thorn knelt, his fingers trembling as he scattered ancient runes across the damp earth. He was a man marked by sorrow, his spirit bruised by loss. "We seek guidance," he muttered, his voice hoarse, the syllables heavy with desperation. "Show us what we must do." "Show us?" I snapped, the bitterness rising like bile in my throat. As if they care. I couldn't help it. The anger churned in me, an uncontained storm. I had lost too much, too many friends turned to ashes, memories rotting in my mind. Ilara's gaze softened, but there was an edge there, too. Her heart, always open to the cosmos, seemed to flicker with shards of doubt. "We must believe, Thane," she said, and I felt the weight of her hope, an anchor in this turbulent sea of despair. "There is power in the runes. They hold answers." "Or more questions," I muttered, watching Thorn's hands dance over the symbols, the patterns interlocking like fate weaving its cruel tapestry. Each rune, etched with loss, despair, and longing, spoke to me with a language I could barely grasp. They were not just markings, they were echoes of countless lives, stories entwined in the fabric of time. "Tell me what you see," Ilara urged, her voice trembling with hope, and I could see the flickering light in her eyes, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Thorn's brow furrowed, and for a moment, he was lost, adrift in the currents of fate that swirled around us like ghosts. "The past is tangled with the present," he finally said, his voice low and solemn. "And the future? I don't want to know the future," I interjected, a chill running down my spine. "What good is it? We're bound to repeat the same damn mistakes." But the runes didn't care for my cynicism. They whispered to Thorn, each stroke imbued with the essence of those who had walked before us. "There's something," he continued, and my heart raced, a frantic drumbeat against the void. A gathering storm, a shadow looming over the horizon. I clenched my fists, fighting the shadows creeping into my thoughts. "We've seen enough darkness, haven't we?" The words were out before I could stop them, a desperate plea for light, for something, anything, beyond the abyss. "Light is fleeting, Thorn," Ilara interjected, her voice steady, yet woven with a thread of urgency. "We need to find a way to change what's coming. What if this time, we can break the cycle?" The air crackled with tension. The runes lay before us like dormant beasts, and I felt a shiver grip my spine. What if we could change things? What if, for once, we could rewrite our fate? But the weight of my history pressed down on me, shadows dancing just beyond reach, taunting. Thorn's gaze locked onto mine, a flicker of understanding connecting us. We were tied by bloodshed, by choices that haunted us. "What if we could summon them?" he said, his voice low, laced with a mixture of fear and hope. "What if we could call on the spirits of those we lost? Perhaps they could guide us." Ilara's eyes widened, a spark igniting in her heart. "The dead can show us the way. They know the paths we cannot see." But I felt the chill of dread creeping back in. "What if they don't want to? What if they, then we fight for them," she declared, her resolve a blade cutting through my despair. "We honor them by seeking the truth. By facing the darkness, we can forge a new dawn." The words hung in the air, thick with the weight of our shared grief. The battle raged inside me, like thunder clashing against a stormy sky. I had spent too long wandering, lost in regret. Now, as the rain fell heavier, pooling around us, I knew the time had come to confront the shadows, to seek the truth hidden in the runes. "Let's do it," I said, my voice steadier now, a hymn of defiance. "Let's wake them." The night seemed to hold its breath as we leaned into the call, our voices rising, an incantation woven from desperation and hope, a melody dancing on the edge of oblivion. The runes pulsed beneath our fingertips, alive and vibrant, a symphony of power echoing through the darkened woods. Each heartbeat reverberated in my chest. I remember the screams. I remember the faces. And in that moment, as the shadows surged around us, I knew, this was a reckoning. The dead would rise, the past would collide with the present, and the future hung suspended in the balance. And just like that, we plunged into the unknown, a dance with the ghosts of our past, a battle for redemption. The air thrummed with anticipation, each breath a prayer, each heartbeat a promise. We were not alone anymore, we were a chorus of souls, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood, a visceral reminder that life and death had danced upon this field just moments ago. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, shrouded in the echoes of screams and the silence that followed. Fallen comrades lay scattered, their eyes wide open, staring into a void that I feared was my own. This was not just a battlefield, it was a cemetery of dreams, and I was left to navigate its shadows, haunted by memories I wished to forget but could not escape. I remember the way Thomas had laughed before the charge, a boyish grin breaking the tension like a fragile glass. "We'll be legends," he said, a spark of reckless hope in his voice. Now, that same voice echoed within me, twisted, taunting. Legend? What kind of legend do I become when I couldn't save him? I close my eyes tightly, clenching my fists. I can still see the blood staining his tunic, the life seeping from him like the last rays of a setting sun. I remember how his laughter turned to a choking gasp, a sound that sliced through the chaos, marking the moment when innocence crumbled to dust. And then there's Elara, standing a few feet from me, her face pale, eyes glassy. The warrior they once called fierce now reduced to a ghost, a mere shadow of strength. "I should have fought harder," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper, as if the weight of her guilt could crush her. A soldier like any other, yet in that moment, she was raw, stripped of all bravado. I remember how she gripped her sword, knuckles white, trembling not from fear of the enemy, but from the horrors etched in her mind. Each face she saw in the chaos, each cry for help that she failed to answer, a phantom army haunting her every thought. Is it always like this? I ask, though I know the answer. I see the flicker of something in her gaze. Could it be hope? Or perhaps longing for a time before the bloodshed? She doesn't answer, and silence stretches between us, heavy and suffocating. Instead, she glances skyward, as if searching for solace among the clouds, though I don't know if solace exists anymore. We are left with the weight of memories, she, a frightened deer caught in the hunter's gaze, while I, the reluctant hunter, ponder the consequences of survival. Night falls slowly, the battlefield transforming into a surreal landscape of shadows. The moon hangs low, its light casting eerie patterns like the ghosts of fallen men. I can feel their presence, they whisper through the rustling leaves, echoing my thoughts, swirling in a dance that only I can see. I remember lying in the dark, long after the last cry had faded, haunted by the faces of those I couldn't save, by the choices made in the heat of battle. The weight of their lives presses upon my chest like a stone, relentless, unforgiving. Do you remember the stars? I ask Elara, my voice breaking the stillness. How they used to light our way home. She nods, a ghostly smile creeping onto her lips, a fleeting reminder of who we were before the world fell apart. The stars seem so distant now, like dreams abandoned in the wake of nightmares. I remember how we used to dream of adventure, of glory, unaware that glory often comes wrapped in sorrow. The wind picks up, howling through the remnants of our brotherhood. I remember, each gust a reminder of laughter shared, of warm fires and stories told. But now, those stories twist into something darker, tales of valor overshadowed by tragedy. I look at Elara, whose gaze has turned inward, lost in a labyrinth of her own making. What do we do now? I ask, though I'm afraid of the answer. She meets my eyes, and for a heartbeat, we are suspended in time. Then, she speaks, her voice a fragile thread. We carry them with us. I feel a shudder run through me, a stark truth so profound it cuts deeper than any blade. The ghosts of the fallen wouldn't let us rest, they'd cling to our souls, demanding remembrance, demanding justice. And so we stand, two broken warriors in a sea of shadows, haunted by the past but bound by an unyielding bond forged in fire. I remember the promises we made to each other on the eve of battle, declarations of courage, but now they feel like chains, shackling us to a reality too painful to bear. As the stars begin to blink into existence, I sense a shift within myself, a flicker of determination igniting in the chest where despair had settled. Perhaps, just perhaps, we could navigate this darkness together, bearing the weight of our memories while reaching for the light. But Elara still trembles, her fear palpable in the night. What if I forget them, she whispers, as if the very thought could shatter her fragile heart. What if one day, I can't remember their names? I want to scream that she won't, that none of us will. But the truth is raw, too close to the bone. Memory is a fickle beast, slipping through our fingers like sand. We won't forget, I vow, though doubt gnaws at the edges of my resolve. We will remember, until our last breath. The night stretches on, and the weight of our pain mingles with the cool air wrapping around us like a shroud. We are warriors, yes, but we are also human, and within that humanity lies the capacity for both healing and destruction. I remember how the laughter used to echo in the night, and now, it feels like a cruel joke. Yet somewhere deep within, a flicker of hope stirs, a tiny flame that refuses to be extinguished. And as the moon watches over us, I steal a glance at Ilara, searching for a spark of resilience in her eyes. Together, we stand, not just as survivors of a battle, but as keepers of memories, wanderers through a haunted world, navigating the aftermath of a war that won't release its grip on our souls. In this darkness, we begin to forge the first steps toward something more, a tenuous thread of connection in a tapestry of loss, binding us to the very lives that haunt us. Time drifts slowly, filled with the weight of unspoken words, and the stars twinkle above as if bearing witness to our struggle, reminding us that even in the darkest nights, there is light to be found. The air hung thick with the scent of smoke and salt, the remnants of a life extinguished flickering in the fading light of day. I stood among the shadows, my heart a drum echoing in the silence that enveloped the village. Wails of grief hung suspended like a shroud, wrapping around us, as if the earth itself mourned. A pyre consumed the body of Eirik, a warrior lost too soon, flames licking the sky as if trying to drag him back from the clutches of hell. But here, at this moment, death was a reality, and I was powerless against its icy grip. I remembered the first time I saw Eirik, his laughter bright, eyes like thunderclouds, alive with the promise of adventure. Now, the hearth where he once told tales stood cold, a hollow pit carved into my chest. My hands trembled as I clutched the woven amulet he'd given me, a crude talisman fashioned from leather and bone, a promise of protection. But what good is protection when the warrior lies lifeless, his warmth extinguished? Beside me, Astrid's face was a mask of anguish. She was Eirik's sister, forever bound to him in the way of blood, and now she hovered at the edge of despair. I watched her, how she clenched her fists, knuckles white against the mourning cloak draped over her shoulders, as if the fabric could shield her from the truth. She would not cry, at least, not here, not now. In the Viking world, tears were a luxury, reserved for moments too raw to bear. Instead, she held her grief like a sword, sharp and glistening, ready to strike out at anyone who dared approach. "How can they burn him?" she hissed, voice barely above a whisper, the words trembling like leaves in a storm. "How can they send him to the gods with flames? He deserves better." I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the precipice of rage threatening to swallow her whole. "He is a warrior, Astrid. He'll feast in Valhalla," I murmured, my own heart clenching at the hollow promise. But what did we know of Valhalla? What did we know of the fields where warriors dance with the dead? We were mere girls, bound by grief in a world ruled by fate, and fate was rarely kind. With each crackle of the fire, I felt the weight of our tradition smothering me. Women in Viking society were often painted in broad strokes of motherhood and home, yet here we stood, steeped in the rawness of loss, shaped by the memories that clung to us like shadows. Our roles were entwined with mourning, woven into the fabric of our lives. I remembered the tales of women who howled like banshees, their voices rising to the heavens, pleading for the return of those lost, but even in the depths of despair, we bore the weight of duty. Astrid's breath hitched as the flames roared, licking up the sides of the pyre, greedily consuming the wood and the man. "What if he fights for the wrong side?" she whispered, the fear threading through her voice like an icy wind. "What if he doesn't find peace?" There it was, the unspoken truth that haunted us both. Death in battle was a glorious end, but what about the battles that raged unseen? The doubts? The regrets? The ghosts that lingered long after the body was gone? I reached for her hand, grasping it tightly. "He will find his way, Astrid. He is a fighter. He will find his way back." But even as I spoke, the words felt like a fragile promise, one that could shatter at the slightest tremor of doubt. I caught sight of the women gathered around the pyre, their faces etched in sorrow, each one grappling with their own loss. Some were mothers, their children taken too soon, and others were warriors in their own right, forging strength from within like iron from the fire. They were the weavers of memory, the guardians of sorrow, and in their presence, it felt as if time itself held its breath. I remembered my grandmother, her hands calloused from years of weaving, always telling me stories of the dead. "We remember them," she would say, voice strong and steady, "so they never truly leave us." Yet, the memory was a cruel mistress, demanding its price. How could we carry the weight of such remembrance when the pain felt too heavy, the scars too raw? The flames roared higher, and the shadows of the past danced like phantoms around us. I caught Astrid's gaze, and in it, I saw a storm brewing, an aching need to confront the specters of our reality. "Will you join me?" she asked, defiance igniting in her depths. "Will you stand with me against the gods if they take him from us?" I nodded, the fierce loyalty of sisterhood binding us, a thread stronger than any woven cloth. Together, we would carve our grief into legends, etching Eric's name into the annals of our hearts. For every woman around that pyre held a story, a narrative of remembered love and lost promise, woven into a tapestry of resilience. And so, as the flames devoured the remnants of Eric's existence, I felt a flicker of hope igniting within me. Perhaps, in our mourning, we could remember not just the loss, but the laughter, the love, the echoes of their voices that danced in the wind. We could become the echoes that would rise anew, warriors in our own right, defenders of the memories that shaped us. The night stretched around us, infinite and dark, but within that darkness, there was a spark, a pulse of life that refused to be snuffed out. In the encroaching shadows, I sensed the ghosts of our ancestors, guiding us through the pain. They whispered promises of strength, of survival, and we stood, two women against the night, ready to wield our sorrow like a shield. The pyre flickered, the smoke spiraling into the heavens, a bridge, a connection, a memory that would never fade. We would remember. We would always remember. The air crackled with an ancient tension, thick as the fog that rolled in from the churning sea, swallowing the crooked silhouettes of the town's ragged rooftops. I stood there, knees trembling, heart pounding like the war drums of old. The night was alive with whispered fears, the kind that nestle deep in your bones and refuse to let go. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the void, casting shadows that danced wickedly across the cobblestones, as if the spirits of the fallen were celebrating their freedom from the mortal coil. I remember the scent of burning wood mingling with salt, a pungent reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of survival. I stood at the edge of the square, eyes darting to the shadows, where the flickering torchlight barely reached. In that moment, there was no past, no future, only the suffocating grip of the present. And then I heard it, a faint but unmistakable cry, a wail rising from the depths of despair. My heart stuttered. It was Era. She was my lifeline, and yet, in her pain, I felt my own unraveling. Era, with her wild hair like a tempest, her spirit both fierce and fragile, knelt at the center of the square, clutching her brother's lifeless body. He lay sprawled, a victim of the city's insatiable hunger for power, a power that devoured the weak and left only ashes in its path. I could see her despair, palpable and raw, twisting in the air like smoke. "Why?" she cried, voice breaking, a haunting melody that echoed through the cold night. "Why did this happen?" I remember feeling my throat tighten, the bitter taste of fear rising like bile. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but my feet felt rooted to the ground, anchored by the weight of my own guilt. I had been a coward, hiding behind the guise of safety while she bore the burden of our choices. Era's eyes, those fierce pools of sorrow, caught mine. And in that exchange, I felt the world collapse, the anguish, the regret, the unspoken betrayal hung heavy between us. "Help me," she pleaded, eyes sharper than daggers, piercing right through the layers of my self-preservation. "Help me lift him." I stumbled forward, hands shaking, grasping at the fabric of reality as if it might tear away. I could feel her desperation wrapping around me, weaving itself into my very soul. Together, we lifted her brother, his lifeless former ghost of the boy who once chased dreams across these streets, laughter spilling like sunlight. Now he was just silence, a body without a story, and the world did not pause to mourn. In that moment, I saw flashes of the past, the night spent beneath the stars, sharing secrets and dreams, the laughter echoing against the darkened walls of our lives. But now those memories felt like chains, dragging me deeper into my own abyss of despair. I remember the sound of boots marching, the ominous cadence of fate drawing near. The soldiers had come for us all. The city had become a battleground, the innocent caught in a web spun by power and greed. I felt the warm trickle of tears, a bitter reminder of everything we had lost, everything we could still lose. The shadows were closing in, their whispers growing louder. I turned to Era, her face illuminated by the flickering light, her expression a storm of anguish and determination. "We have to go," I urged, glancing back at the approaching figures, the glint of steel catching the moonlight. "We can't stay here." She shook her head, defiance sparking in her eyes like a flame against the dark. "I won't leave him." And in that moment, the weight of the world hung between us. Era was a tempest, a whirlwind of raw emotion, and I was the anchor, tethered to her pain, drowning in it. I reached out to her, my hand brushing against hers. "We can honor him," I whispered, my voice trembling. "We can fight for him." Silence enveloped us, heavy and suffocating. The soldiers were close now, their laughter slicing through the air like a blade. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, the heartbeat of the night thundering in my ears. Era's gaze didn't waver, it burned with a fierce light, a promise of rebellion wrapped in grief. "Together," she said, her voice a fierce whisper, igniting a spark deep within me. "We fight together." I could feel the resolve melting into my bones, the fear beginning to morph into something else, something powerful, something raw, something like hope. Memories crashed over me like waves, each one a reminder of our shared dreams and the fragility of life. The stories of the fallen sang through my mind, echoing the voices of our ancestors, scalds recounting tales of bravery and sorrow, their verses woven into the very fabric of our existence. I remember the tales of old, the warriors who fought with valor, who met their fates with a song on their lips and fire in their hearts. I remember what Era's brother would have wanted, for us to be more than ghosts in a city of shadows, more than whispers lost to the darkness. The soldiers were nearly upon us, their footsteps echoing like the tolling of a bell, and I felt the weight of our decisions crashing down. Era's hand clasped tightly around mine, a lifeline in the chaos, and together we surged forward, fueled by defiance and love. The night, once a shroud of despair, became a canvas splattered with the colors of rebellion, a vibrant testament to our unwillingness to be silenced. I lunged into the darkness, into the fray, where our stories collided with fate. The world spun, a whirlwind of chaos and emotion, echoing the tales of the fallen, the sagas of heroes who once roamed these very streets. The truth burned in my chest, undeniable and bright. We were not merely players in this dance of death, we were the storytellers, weaving our destinies with every breath. And as the shadows closed in, I felt the weight of the cosmos shifting around us, ticking like a clock in the dark, reminding us that every heartbeat matters, every dream cries for existence. And in that turmoil, as we forged ahead into the unknown, I knew this was only the beginning. The night was alive, and our tales were just a whisper away from becoming legends. The fire crackled in the stillness, a wild, unkempt dance of orange and gold that cast flickering shadows against the stone walls. I stood there, heart thrumming like the drums of war, the smell of smoke mixing with the sweat and blood that clung to my skin. The hearth, once a warm embrace, now felt like the pit of 1,000 memories, each one sharper than the last. I remember the sound of swords clanging, the desperate cries of brothers in arms, and the haunting echo of silence that followed. Elena stood beside me, her eyes hollow, haunted by the ghosts of the fallen. She had been the fearless leader, the one who rallied us when hope seemed lost, yet the weight of her decisions now bore down on her shoulders like the heaviest of armor. "We're home," she whispered, but her voice quaked with doubt, a fragile thing teetering on the brink of despair. Home. What a cruel joke that word had become. The hearth was warm, yet my soul felt the chill. I remember the battle, the chaos, the fury. The ground soaked with life, the air thick with the scent of iron and smoke. I had fought beside my brother, Thomas, his laughter ringing like a bell even as the world crumbled around us. But laughter fades. I remember his face, the way it twisted in pain as the sword found its mark, a blasphemy against all we had fought for. I had reached for him, but my hands were stained, slick with the blood of our enemies and my own. I remember letting go. The hearth flickered, casting long shadows that twisted and turned like the thoughts swirling in my mind. I could almost hear the whispers of the dead, echoes of their final moments trapped in this cursed stone. Home, I murmured, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. I could feel the weight of it, the significance, as if the very walls around us held their breath, waiting for the reckoning. Will they remember us? Elena's voice cracked like dry wood, and I turned to her, desperate for comfort. But what could I offer? The warmth of the fire felt like a betrayal against the cold truth of our losses. They'll remember, I lied. But I knew the truth. No one remembers the fallen, only the stories that weave their names into the fabric of time. And Thomas, his laughter, his spirit, how could I carry on without him? The hearth, our once vibrant gathering place, now felt like a mausoleum. I saw his face in every flicker of the flame, and grief clenched my heart like a vice. I couldn't save him, I whispered, the words spilling from my lips like blood. Elena reached for me, her hand warm against my skin, but I recoiled. Her touch reminded me of the fragile threads that connected us to the living, threads that felt like they might snap at any moment. I was a coward. I couldn't face her pain, the reflection of my own torment mirrored in her eyes. I felt the suffocating weight of guilt settle over me like a shroud, wrapping tighter with each heartbeat. Outside, the world was still. The city lay asleep beneath the blanket of night, but inside, the fire pulsed with life. It was a sacred thing, the hearth, a symbol of all we had fought for, yet it now felt tainted, a reminder of all we had lost. I could see shadows shifting beyond the flickering light, the echoes of battles long past clawing at the edges of my consciousness. I remember the faces, the flames, the screams that haunted my dreams. I see him, I said suddenly, the words slipping out before I could stop them. Elena's gaze bore into me, a mixture of hope and despair. I see Thomas. He's here. What do you mean? Her voice trembled, a fragile thread caught between belief and despair. In the flames, I gestured, my voice thick with emotion. He's there, laughing. He always made the best of it, you know. I fought to keep my voice steady, but the memories surged like a tide, threatening to pull me under. He said, if we're going to die, let's die laughing. Elena's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a fragile light against the darkness. And what if we're the ones left behind? The question hung heavy in the air, a specter clawing at our hearts. We were the survivors, the ones who bore the scars of battle, not just the wounds upon our skin but the deeper, invisible scars that whispered in the dead of night. I wanted to reach for her, to bridge the chasm between us, but my hands trembled with grief. Home is a cage, I said slowly, the truth dawning like the first light of dawn. It holds us captive with memories we cannot escape, moments we wish we could forget. I remember, she whispered, her voice a soft melody. The laughter. The warmth. The promises. The hearth crackled, and I felt the air shift, the weight of our unspoken fears. Could we find solace here, in this place that felt so foreign? Or would it become our prison? I could feel the tension between us, a raw, palpable energy that crackled like the fire before us. And then I saw it, the flicker of a shadow darting past the window, a reminder that beyond these walls, the world continued to spin, indifferent to our pain. We must move forward, I urged, though the words tasted of ash. Thomas would want us to live. Would he? Elena challenged, her voice fierce. Or would he want us to remember? To carry his laughter with us? The flames danced higher, and for a moment, I felt the weight of time shift, the past colliding with the present like waves against the shore. They were not just memories, they were threads, weaving us back to the hearth, to the warmth of what once was. I remember the stories told around this fire, the laughter that echoed off the walls, the feeling of being alive. I remember the hope that surged like a river, a relentless force against the tide of despair. Perhaps it was time to rekindle that hope, to honor the fallen by truly living. I took a deep breath, the air thick with smoke and dreams yet unfulfilled. Then let us carry him in our hearts, I said, my voice steadying. Let us build a fire that never dies. Elena nodded, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. The hearth wouldn't just be a monument to the past, it would be our beacon. We would make it a place where laughter echoed, where the shadows of the fallen danced alongside us, reminding us that even in the darkness, there was light. As we stood there, two souls united in grief yet fueled by an unyielding spirit, I felt the weight of the world shift again. I could almost hear the whisper of Thomas, urging us forward, urging us to embrace the warmth of life, no matter how fleeting it may be. The hearth was not just a symbol of home, it was a promise that no matter how dark the night, we would always find our way back to the light. And so we would. The night was thick with fog, a shroud of uncertainty that cloaked the village in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the distant howl of the wind. I stood at the edge of the clearing, watching as shadows flickered against the dim glow of a dying fire. It was a gathering of souls, a tumultuous mix of faith and fear, where the old gods whispered in the rustling leaves, and the new god loomed like a spectre in the twilight. I could feel my heart pounding, an echo of the ancestral drums that used to celebrate life and death in equal measure. I remember my brother, Eric, standing there, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames. His face was a canvas of doubt and longing, caught between the vibrant tales of Valhalla and the alien promises of heaven. I could see the internal war raging within him. The clash of belief was palpable, a storm brewing beneath his skin. "What if we're wrong?" he murmured, not to anyone in particular, but to the air thick with the scent of pine and smoke. His voice trembled, as if uttering the words would summon the wrath of both Odin and the Christ. I remember, oh, how could I forget, the old shaman, Ingrid, her gnarled hands clutching a talisman of bone, her eyes clouded with visions of the past. She had always been our guide, the keeper of our stories, spinning tales of warriors who feasted in the halls of the slain. "You will find your way," she croaked, her voice a shard of ice piercing through the warm air. "But choosing the new path may lead you to shadows you cannot escape." In that moment, the air crackled with tension. Eric looked to me, his gaze searching for reassurance, for a flicker of the faith that once danced like the flames before us. "Do you believe in this, sister?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The question hung heavy between us, a ghost refusing to settle. But faith had become a fragile thing, like the chill of autumn creeping into a lingering summer. I could feel the weight of expectation pressing down on me, suffocating. I thought of our father, who had fallen in battle, a hero destined for Valhalla, and how the promise of an afterlife had given me solace. Now, with the dawn of Christianity creeping into our world, that comfort felt like a fraying thread, pulled taut and ready to snap. "We are warriors, Eric," I finally said, my voice steadier than I felt. "We are meant to fight, to embrace the blood and glory. Do not let them take that from us." But even as I spoke, I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a betrayal of the truth we had clung to for so long. I remember the weight of the stars above us, heavy and watchful. They felt like eyes judging our decisions, our choices, as if the cosmos itself were holding its breath. Would the gods forgive us? Would our ancestors look upon us with disdain for entertaining this new faith that promised eternal peace? Or would they call us home, the call of the fjords echoing with the laughter of the fallen? Then came the moment that shattered everything. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in the white of purity, a stark contrast against the darkness. It was a missionary, eyes gleaming with fervor, carrying a book that smelled of ink and untested promises. "You do not have to fear the afterlife," he proclaimed, his voice a sweet poison that slithered into our hearts. "Abandon your old ways, for salvation lies beyond the grave." The words felt like knives, slicing through the very fabric of our beliefs. I could see Eric's resolve wavering, the spark of our shared history dimming beneath the weight of this foreign doctrine. "What if the gods are just dreams?" he asked, desperation clawing at his voice. "What if the afterlife is nothing but a tale we tell ourselves to feel brave in the face of death?" The horror of his words settled like ice in my veins. How could he? I wanted to scream, to shake him from this madness, but I remained rooted, caught in the tremor of his uncertainty. The shadows danced around us, laughing at our turmoil, mocking the very essence of who we were. Ingrid stepped forward, her voice a tempest. "You will not forsake the gods of your ancestors. They will not let you go so easily." The defiance in her words was a fire igniting the air, but I saw the fear behind her eyes. The fight was leaving us, being siphoned away by the allure of a peaceful existence. I remember the fire sputtering, struggling against the suffocating fog, and the weight of our forefathers lying heavy on our shoulders. The echoes of laughter from the feasting halls faded, replaced by the chilling silence of uncertainty. Would Eric choose the unknown path, the one that led to a distant heaven? Or would he stand with me, beneath the watchful eyes of the gods we had reverently worshipped since childhood? Time stood still. The earth beneath us felt alive, a heartbeat of its own, thrumming with the pulse of a world torn between two realities. I could feel the shadows closing in, the ghosts of our ancestors whispering warnings that danced just out of reach. Each heartbeat was a step further from the life we once knew, and each breath was laden with the weight of unchosen destinies. But in the silence, beneath the agony of uncertainty, there was a flicker of something more. Hope? Despair? I couldn't tell. All I knew was that the night was far from over, and the battle for our souls had only just begun. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the night, like a desperate plea to the gods, and the fog thickened around us. A chill rattled through the air as the moon hung low, a silver coin lost in a sea of black. Shadows danced like restless spirits, twisting around the crumbling stones of the old fortress. I stood at the edge of the battlefield, my breath hitching in my throat, tasting iron on my tongue, courage mixed with dread. The clash of steel echoed in my ears, a haunting symphony of valor and despair. Somewhere out there, Anya fought with the fury of 10 men, her war cry slicing through the night like a knife. I could see her, fierce and unyielding, a living embodiment of the legends we whispered about, the shield maiden made flesh. She was everything I wasn't. I remember the moments we shared beneath the oak tree, the laughter that felt like sunlight on our skin, the way she would roll her eyes at my clumsy attempts to wield a sword. I was the dreamer, always lost in tales of bravery and honor. She was the warrior, flesh and blood, carving her name into history one enemy at a time. I remember the day she chose the path of the sword, eyes glimmering with a mix of determination and fear. "If I fall, I'll make my way to Valhalla," she said, and I laughed, but inside, the weight of those words sank like stone. The battlefield became a canvas painted with chaos, men and women, side by side, bound by their shared thirst for glory, their dreams of a life beyond the grave. Each clash of steel resonated like a heartbeat, pulsing through the ground beneath my feet. I could feel the tremors of their struggle, the echoes of their hopes and fears. But amidst the frenzy, I was paralyzed, pinned by the weight of my own inadequacy. What was I, a mere bard, in a world of warriors? Then there was Eric, the one who always seemed to wear darkness like a cloak. He stood amidst the carnage, a spectre with a heart as heavy as the sword he bore. I watched him, his brow furrowed in concentration, the flicker of pain flashing across his face as he fought to hold on to the last remnants of his own humanity. He had lost so much, his sister, his home, his hope. I remember the nights he would sit by the fire, eyes distant as he spoke of her, the way his voice broke, how he'd blame himself for her absence. If I had been there, he'd whisper, the words trailing off like smoke, dissipating into the air. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night, a sound that twisted in my gut, hollow and raw. Anya's voice. I felt my heart leap into my throat, a vengeful flame igniting within me. Without thinking, I followed the sound, each step a battle against the weight of my own fear. The chaos swirled around me, bodies collapsing like fallen leaves. I could see Eric, wading through the throngs, eyes wild, seeking something, or someone. The intensity of his gaze burned through the haze of battle, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. Time warped as I ran, the world narrowing to a singular focus, the desperate need to reach Anya, to hold on to the one light in my life. I stumbled over a fallen warrior, the scent of blood thick and suffocating, and then I saw her. On her knees, surrounded by darkness, she was fighting, not just for survival, but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. I could see the tremor in her hands, the fierce determination in her eyes as she faced down her opponent, a hulking figure wrapped in jagged armor. "Back off," she shouted, voice cracking like thunder, and in that moment, I saw her spirit, fierce and untamed, a wildflower growing from stone. But shadows loomed, talons reaching for her throat, and I felt the air crackle with tension, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. Eric was there, a tempest of sorrow and rage, charging forward. I saw the glint of steel in his hands, watched as he swung with the desperation of a man who had lost everything. But would it be enough? Would courage alone win the day when faced with the spectre of death? "Anya!" I screamed, my voice breaking through the chaos. She turned, eyes wide, a moment of connection that tethered us together in that swirling storm of violence. I remember the way time stretched, a fragile thread connecting our souls, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air between us. I wanted to tell her that I loved her, that I had always loved her, but the words got tangled in my throat. Then, the world erupted. Steel met steel with a sickening crunch, and for a heartbeat, everything stopped. I could hardly breathe as I watched Eric, a whirlwind of fury, as he struck down the enemy before him, the body crumpling like a discarded promise. But it was too late. I saw the moment Anya faltered, the sword slipping from her fingers, the shadow consuming her light. No! The scream tore from my lips, a desperate prayer to the cosmos. I rushed forward, but time twisted and turned, the battlefield morphing into a nightmare. I reached her just as she fell, darkness swirling, the scent of death heavy in the air. I cradled her in my arms, heart hammering in my chest, the world around us fading into a blur. "Stay with me, Anya," I cried, fingers trembling against her fading warmth. You promised. You promised you'd make it to Valhalla." But the light in her eyes waned, flickering like a candle in the wind. "I remember," she whispered, voice a fragile breath, "the oak tree, you, me forever." Her smile, even in pain, sliced through me, a haunting echo of the dreams we'd shared. And then she was gone. The battlefield faded, a mournful silence wrapping around me, the weight of loss crashing down like waves against jagged rocks. Eric stood beside us, eyes dark with grief and fury, the sorrow of 1,000 lifetimes etched into his face. Together, we knelt in the shadows of warriors past, a legacy forged in blood and fire. In that moment, I understood the truth of our existence, the fight, the pain, the beauty of it all. Anya's spirit danced in the night, a shield maiden among the stars, her laughter echoing in the silence. We would carry her with us, a fiery beacon, even as we faced our own ghosts on this treacherous road. We were not the warriors, but we were alive, and in that life, there was still hope. The shadows loomed, but the legacy of the shield maiden would never fade. In our hearts, she would fight on, a story woven into the fabric of time itself, a whisper against the void. And as the battle continued, we stood together, guardians of her memory, resolute in our own way, warriors of the soul. The air was thick with ash and the acrid stench of blood. I stood amidst the ruins, my heart pounding like war drums echoing through the shattered remains of what once had been a village. Charred wood and twisted metal lay scattered, remnants of a life that had flickered out too soon. Shadows moved sluggishly, whispering secrets of the fallen. The moon hung low, a gory witness, its silver light spilling over the ground like cold water. Here, the ghosts of the battlefield clung to every crevice, and I could almost hear their moans, an eerie chorus of the dying, the lost. I remember the moment when the silence settled like a heavy fog. It was broken only by the distant cries of the wounded, those still grasping for breath, for life, and for something that felt like hope. I was one of them, though my wounds were buried deeper, festering like a hidden curse. My name is Lysander, and I had sworn that I would become something greater, a sorcerer, a master of fate. But here I was, a mere shadow of ambition, weighed down by the burdens of failure. Beside me, my comrade Ilara knelt, her fingers trailing through the dirt, seeking something, anything, that might tether her to sanity. She was always the stronger one, the heart that beat with wild defiance, even when the world around us crumbled. But today, the light in her eyes had dimmed. I could see the flicker of doubt dancing between her lashes, and it terrified me more than the blood-soaked earth beneath our feet. "What do we do now?" she whispered, her voice barely a thread in the oppressive silence. I wanted to scream. I wanted to shake every last bit of courage from her. But all I could muster was an unsteady breath. "We conjure," I replied, the word tasting foreign on my tongue. Magic, once a vibrant force, now felt like a wicked joke played by the universe. I could feel the weight of its expectations pressing down, taunting me. Then there was Jonas, the quiet one, always hiding behind layers of bitterness and sarcasm. He had lost his brother in the fight, something that gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. I caught a glimpse of his anguish, a vulnerability that rippled beneath the surface. "You think your spells can fix this?" he spat, eyes wild with unshed tears. You think magic can bring back the dead? No, I said, the word falling like a stone between us. But there was something in the air, a spark of desperation, an undeniable need to grasp at the threads of power that lay in the aftermath of bloodshed. It was said that the very essence of a soul lingered longer than its body, clinging to the earth like a child to their mother. Ilara, with her fierce heart, rose to her feet, determination igniting her features. We have to try, she said, her voice growing stronger, a flame in the dark. We owe it to them. But the night was unforgiving. I could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down, mocking our attempts to bend reality. The stars blinked overhead, indifferent to our plight. I remembered stories from my childhood, tales of sorcerers who summoned the spirits of the fallen, weaving spells that echoed through time. A fleeting memory washed over me, of laughter and warmth, of a world untouched by grief. We gathered what remained of our resolve, our hands trembling as we formed a circle among the rubble. The air crackled with tension, charged like a storm waiting to break. I could feel the energy shifting, coiling around us, waiting for the right word, the right sacrifice. Memories flooded my mind, images of loved ones lost, battles fought, dreams shattered. Come to us! I called into the void, voice trembling with raw emotion. We seek your wisdom, your power. The ground trembled beneath us, and the shadows stirred, swirling like a tempest of grief. Cold fingers of wind grazed my skin, and I felt the presence of something beyond our understanding. There was an echo, a whisper of sorrow that wrapped around us. It was intoxicating, a sweet poison that beckoned us closer to the edge of despair. Ilara's eyes widened, reflecting everything that was fragile and beautiful in this moment. What have we done? She breathed, terror and wonder mingling in her voice, a haunting melody that danced around us. Jonas stepped back, his hands trembling. We've awakened something, he murmured. Something that shouldn't be disturbed. But it was too late. The veil had been lifted, and the spirits of the battlefield surged forth, specters of anguish and regret. Their faces were twisted, mouths moving in silent screams, a cacophony of pain that pierced my heart. I felt their sorrow seep into my bones, a chilling reminder of lives lost too soon. I wanted to run, to hide, but I was rooted in place, caught in the gaze of those who once were. They reached out, fingers of mist brushing against my skin, pulling me into their world, a realm of unfinished business, of stories left untold. Help us, their voices echoed in my mind, an overwhelming plea that shattered the remnants of my resolve. The magic we had sought to harness threatened to consume us, twisting through our veins like an unholy fire. I could feel the pull, the urge to give in, to join them in their eternal suffering. But somewhere deep within me, I knew that this was not the answer. This was not the destiny I had envisioned. Stay with me! I shouted, feeling Ilara's hand clutch mine. We must break this. And then, in that moment of unyielding intensity, I caught a glimpse of the truth, the very foundation of magic itself. It was not merely a tool for conquest or vengeance, it was a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and desires. It held the echoes of humanity, a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair. The confrontation between the living and the dead surged around us, a maelstrom of emotion threatening to pull me under. I could see Ilara's fierce determination rising again, illuminating the shadows that clung too tightly. We will not be your puppets, she cried, defiance blazing in her voice. But the spirits would not be silenced. They swelled, a tide of lost souls desperate for acknowledgement. And in that moment, as the world around us dissolved into chaos, I knew that the line separating life from death was fraying. Magic crackled in the air, a wild dance of the forgotten and the living. I could feel the weight of every choice, every path not taken, and the urgency of our plight. Clarity washed over me like a sudden storm. We were not just fighting for the fallen, we were fighting against the void that threatened to consume us all. Ilara's voice pierced through the noise, a beacon of strength. We must release them. And I remembered, magic was not simply about power, it was a bond, an understanding of our shared humanity. Let them go! I cried, and as our voices intertwined, a surge of energy erupted, a brilliant flash that illuminated the darkness. The spirits hesitated, their anguish mingling with the flicker of hope, and for a moment, I felt the trembling balance shift. The stars above twinkled, as though watching our struggle, their cosmic eyes reflecting the eternal dance of life and death. But as we stood on the precipice, neither victory nor defeat assured, I knew this was only the beginning. The echoes of battle still lingered, and the scars would remain. We were caught in a cycle, a haunting spiral that would lead us to confront the very essence of our souls. And just as the night threatened to engulf us once more, I felt the surge of magic pulse through the air, a whisper that promised both redemption and despair. As the spirits lingered, their shadows entwined with ours, I realized that the battle was not just against death, it was a fight for understanding, for connection, for the fragile threads that bound us together in this unforgiving tapestry of existence. In the heart of darkness, we had ignited a spark, one that would linger long after the echoes of battle faded away. And as the smoke began to clear, I knew that our fight was far from over. The sky crackled with an electric tension, a prelude to chaos that felt both ancient and raw. A storm was brewing, just beyond the horizon, a prowling beast masked by a curtain of ominous clouds. I stood at the edge of the world, the wind cutting through me, carrying whispers of warnings I could not ignore. The scent of rain was in the air, thick and heavy, almost suffocating in its urgency. My heart raced. This was not just weather. It was a harbinger, a message from the cosmos written in shades of grey and black. I remember the moment clearly, though I wish I could forget. Clara was beside me, her eyes wide with fear, skin glistening with the sheen of impending dread. She clutched the frayed hem of her coat, knuckles white against the fabric. "It's just a storm," she said, but even her voice quaked, wobbling like the branches of the old oak behind us, roots deep in the earth yet swaying like they were about to snap. "Just a storm." I shot back, my voice harsher than intended, the urgency of her denial pushing me over the edge. "This isn't just rain, Clara. The sky is angry. Can't you feel it?" The air hummed, tension crackling like static, as if nature itself was holding its breath, waiting for the world to rupture. I turned my gaze to the horizon, the darkening cloud swirling. This was not merely meteorological, it was personal. We had ignored the signs, the omens scattered like breadcrumbs across the landscape of our lives. Each flash of lightning in the distance felt like an accusation, a reminder of the choices we made, of the moments we let slip through our fingers like grains of sand. And then there was David. He stood a few paces away, his silhouette stark against the darkening sky. He looked torn, caught between the pull of the storm and the weight of our fractured bond. I could see the conflict etched on his face, a flicker of guilt mingling with desperation. He had come to us, searching for solace, but all he found was the tempest brewing within our hearts. "Maybe it's time we left," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, but it sliced through me like a knife. "Leave? You want to run?" Clara scoffed, her voice laced with disbelief. "You think that'll make this better?" But in her eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt, the fear of leaving behind the chaos, of facing the unknown. The wind howled as if echoing her thoughts, a banshee wail that sent shivers down my spine. "I don't know what else to do," David shouted, his frustration erupting like a volcano, ash and embers raining down on us. I wanted to reach for him, to bridge the chasm that had opened between us, but the weight of our shared history held me back, a chain forged in silent battles and unspoken words. I remember the way the clouds rolled in, heavy and ominous, swallowing the light. It felt like time was collapsing, moments folding in on themselves, memories drifting like leaves on a restless river. There were warnings in the sky, in the way the air turned thick and charged. The forecast had promised sunshine, yet here we stood, on the precipice of darkness, our hearts caught in a storm of unresolved emotions and the weight of unacknowledged fears. Then came the first drop, a solitary tear from the heavens that landed on my cheek, a prelude to the torrent that followed. Rain poured down, a deluge that blurred the lines between sky and earth, washing away the fragile barriers we had built. Clara screamed, her voice lost in the roar of nature's fury, as she stumbled against me, seeking refuge in the storm. "Make it stop! Make it stop!" she begged, her tears mingling with the rain. "I can't take this anymore." Her anguish pierced through me, raw and visceral, echoing the turmoil that churned in my own chest. The storm was as much a part of us as the love and pain we had shared, and it was relentless. David stepped forward, his hand reaching for Clara, but she recoiled, flinching away, as if he were the very embodiment of the tempest. I felt the weight of their history crackling like the air around us, the unresolved conflict swirling like the storm above, fierce and tumultuous. "We can't keep running," he pleaded, desperation clawing at his voice. "We have to face what we've done." The wind howled, a savage serenade to our chaos. I felt the tension build, a pressure cooker ready to explode. "Face it!" Clara echoed, her voice rising above the storm, but I saw the flicker of acknowledgement in her eyes, the recognition that we could no longer ignore the signs. Lightning struck, illuminating the darkness for a heartbeat, and I caught a glimpse of something deep within her, fear and longing interwoven like a tapestry, threads of hope tangled with despair. In that moment, I understood. It wasn't just the storm we were afraid of, it was what lay beyond it. I reached out, but the space between us felt insurmountable. "Clara, please," I whispered, my voice drowned out by the raging tempest. "We can't let this destroy us." But even as I spoke, I felt the ground shifting beneath my feet, the tremors of our looming confrontation echoing the chaos of the storm. With a deafening crack, the sky split open, rain falling like 1,000 daggers, each drop a reminder of our fractured lives. The storm was more than just weather, it was a reckoning, an unveiling of emotions we had buried under layers of denial. It was nature's way of forcing us to confront the truth. And as the rain engulfed us, washing away the remnants of our past, I realized we were standing on the edge of something monumental, a moment that would define us. The storm raged on, unrelenting, and I felt the weight of our shared history pressing down, a storm of emotions too tumultuous to contain. In that freezing embrace of the storm, I knew this was not just a confrontation with nature but with ourselves. The rain blurred our visions, twisted our words, but as the sky roared its fury, I could see the flickering promise of clarity on the horizon. It was there, just beyond the storm, waiting for us to summon the courage to face it. And with that thought, I stood taller, breathing in the electrified air, feeling the pulse of the storm match the rhythm of my heart. The confrontation was not just inevitable, it was our salvation, and together, we would face whatever emerged from the depths of the chaos. The storm was coming, and it was both terrifying and beautiful, a harbinger of what was to come. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood, a mixture that clung to the throat like a noose tightening around the last gasp of breath. Shadows flickered, cast by the dying fire, as the clash of steel rang out, swords meeting, shields splintering, men howling in defiance and despair. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, surrounded by the chaos of the battlefield that felt more like a fever dream than reality. The night was alive, electric, and yet there was a stillness in the air, a moment suspended in time just before the world crumbled. I remember the sky, an inky canvas dotted with stars that seemed to mock the carnage below. Each twinkle whispered of distant realms, while we mortals fought for our place in a story that felt both grand and utterly absurd. There, amidst the chaos, was Ragnhild, a fierce warrior with fire in her eyes, who wore her honor like armor. I watched her slash through the throngs of foes, her every movement a dance with death, a celebration of life. But behind that ferocity lurked fear, a gnawing dread of how honor might end, how death might come cloaked in shadows and solitude. I remember the way she fought, not just for victory over the enemy, but for something deeper, something sacred, the right to die well. The Viking way, they said, was to meet death with a grin, to laugh in the face of Valhalla. But what did that really mean? I felt the weight of her resolve resonate within me, even as I grappled with my own cowardice, the desire to run, to hide, to escape the inevitable. And then there was Bjorn, ever the stalwart shield-bearer, who wore his heart on his sleeve and a battle-weary soul etched into his brow. He fought beside Ragnhild, driven by the twin fires of love and loyalty, his eyes flickering between the fight before him and the woman he adored. Each swing of his sword echoed with unspoken words, a plea to Ragnhild to see sense, to step back from the abyss. Honor is not worth death, I remember him saying, voice hoarse, eyes glistening like polished steel. But Ragnhild would shake her head, hair wild, eyes fierce with a storm that promised she wouldn't back down. As the tide of battle surged, time twisted and turned, a cruel jester in a macabre play. Bodies fell like autumn leaves, faces twisted in agony, and with every heartbeat, I felt the universe constrict. I remember the moment when the moon split the clouds, bathing the ground in a ghostly glow. It illuminated the warriors, making them look like specters caught in an endless waltz between life and death. The ground was sodden with earth and blood, the scent of iron poisoning the air. "Do you see it?" Ragnhild's voice rose above the fray, fierce and breathless. "Do you see how they fall? How we fall? It's beautiful." Her laughter cut through the chaos, raw and unchained, reverberating against the backdrop of agony, a haunting melody of madness. "This is what it means to die well. Not as a coward, but as a warrior." "But Bjorn, oh, Bjorn," he faltered. I could see the flicker of doubt, the crack in his armor, as he fought to keep his footing on this razor's edge of honor and the fear of loss. For him, death was not the glory of battle but the shattering of their dreams, a future stolen away in the blink of an eye. "Honor is not worth losing you," he pleaded, desperation spilling from his lips like a prayer. I remember the two of them locked in their dance, the blades flashing like lightning, hearts pounding like war drums. Ragnhild's spirit soared, fueled by the thrill of battle, while Bjorn's heart weighed heavy, tethered to a love that felt as fragile as a wisp of smoke. The cries around us became a distant echo, the world narrowing to this moment, their collision of ideals, hope, and despair. The wind howled, mournful, as if the very cosmos wept for the choices we made. As Ragnhild lunged at an opponent, her eyes locked onto Bjorn's. Their connection was palpable, electric, but tether stretching across the battlefield. I found myself holding my breath, caught in the tension that frayed at the edges of sanity. Would she fall? Would he break? In an instant, fate took on the guise of a twisted jest, and I feared the worst. Then it happened. A moment that would echo through the ages. Ragnhild, in her fierce glory, found herself overwhelmed, the tide of battle swallowing her whole, as Bjorn screamed her name, a sound that sliced through the cacophony. The world fell silent for a heartbeat, a split second where time held its breath, and we all awaited the outcome. I remember the gasp that tore through the crowd, shadows shifting as bodies collided. Ragnhild's form fell, a marionette with severed strings, collapsing in a heap that sent shockwaves through the air, reverberating like a death knell. Bjorn stood frozen, a statue carved from despair, his heart fracturing into shards that would cut him for eternity. Honor. What did it mean in the face of such loss? The weight of the question bore down on me, and I felt the shattering of my own understanding, the crumbling of ideals. Ragnhild, who sought to die with glory, now lay still, her spark extinguished. Bjorn, who had fought for love, now found himself alone in a world painted in shades of grief. The battle raged on, but I stood in that moment, suspended in grief, in fear, in the haunting truth of what it meant to die well. The shadows of the past whispered in my ears, inviting me to question everything. What is honor? What is glory? I heard the echoes of Ragnhild's laughter, of Bjorn's heartache, and I understood then that death can be beautiful and cruel, a haunting dance we all must join. I remember the stars flickering above, a cruel reminder that time waits for no one, and amidst the chaos, a new battle had begun, not one fought with swords, but one fought within the soul. And as I stood there, heart heavy and eyes wide, I knew this was only the beginning. The true conflict lay ahead, woven through the fabric of honor and the soul's unending quest for meaning, forever dancing on the edge of life and death. The night was a shroud of silence, pregnant with the weight of an impending storm. I stood at the edge of a cliff, the wind howling like a banshee as it clawed at my skin, whispering secrets of the dead and the forgotten. Below, the icy waves crashed violently against the rocks, a relentless reminder of nature's indifference to the lives lost, to the souls still seeking their purpose. I could hardly breathe, the air thick with ghosts, echoes of those who had tread before me, shadows of warriors who once roamed the earth with swords gleaming under the sun. This was the precipice of life and death, the thin line separating the living from the specters of the past. I stood there, grappling with the raw ache of loss and the gnawing fear of what lay beyond. And then I remembered. I remembered Freya, her laughter like the sweet scent of blooming heather on a warm summer day, so easily shattered by the brutal reality of fate. She had been my sister, my confidant, a spark of light in the dark. But death took her too soon, plucking her from the tapestry of my life, leaving behind only frayed edges and the bitter taste of grief. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet as I recalled the day 2 ravens perched on our windowsill, a portent of doom that I had brushed aside. I couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps they were harbingers, sent by Odin himself, reminding me that even the brightest stars extinguish in the night. Across the churning sea, I saw him, a figure cloaked in obsidian, his eyes burning with the fires of 1,000 battles. Bjorn, my brother-in-arms, my best friend, had been a warrior of such ferocity that even the fiercest giants trembled at his roar. But now, he was but a shell, haunted by the spectre of survival, a ghost of a man who carried the weight of our lost kin. I watched as he paced, gritting his teeth, fists clenched, the moon casting shadows like knives on his hardened face. He was a storm waiting to break, dragged down by the haunting memory of Freya, the girl who had loved him fiercely. But love, I knew, had become a double-edged sword. It cut deep, leaving wounds that never quite healed. Freya would want us to fight, he shouted into the abyss, the words ripped from him like a desperate plea. I could see his heart thrumming wildly beneath his skin, a primal scream for vengeance, for closure. Wouldn't we all want to believe there's something more, that our lives didn't end in the cold grip of the grave? The Norse spoke of Valhalla, of a great hall where the fallen warriors would feast and fight until Ragnarok, the end of all things. But what about those left behind? What of the living who carried the scars of loss as reminders of the love that once was? I stepped closer to him, the jagged rocks beneath my feet slick with the salt of the ocean. Do you think she's out there? My voice was barely above a whisper, yet it echoed through the silence like a mournful cry. Do you think she's waiting for us? Bjorn turned, and for a heartbeat, the fury melted away, revealing the boy who had once laughed until he cried, the man who held my hand when I felt lost. I don't know, he confessed, his voice cracking like a brittle branch underfoot. But I can't live like this. I can't keep waking up to a world where she doesn't exist. We stood together, 2 souls bound by grief and the madness of a world that had stripped us bare. I could feel the darkness creeping into my thoughts, weaving a tapestry of despair that threatened to swallow us whole. The shadows around us whispered of the afterlife, of hell and her icy realm, of the warriors welcomed into Odin's embrace, and the souls cast adrift in the void. Would we join them? Would we become mere memories, whispered about in the halls of heroes, or would we linger here, forever haunted by our choices? I remember, the words clawed their way out of me, raw and unrefined. I remember the stories, the songs about rebirth. How the dead aren't truly gone. They're just transformed. If we die fighting for her, maybe we'll find her again in another life. Bjorn's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope, a fragile ember against the icy winds. We are not just warriors, he murmured. We are the stories we carry. And she is woven into the fabric of who we are. The moon hung heavy above us, a witness to our resolve, as we took each other's hands. In that moment, time stretched and twisted, memory swirling around us like leaves caught in a tempest. I felt the pulse of our ancestors, the weight of their battles behind us, urging us forward. And as we stepped back from the edge, the cliff no longer seemed like an end but a beginning, the promise of an eternal cycle, a dance of life and death that would echo across the ages. We turned together, bound by the fierce hope that lives on even in the shadow of despair. The past was a haunting melody, but the future whispered sweetly of rebirth, of love that transcends the grave. And as we walked back into the darkness, it was not fear that gripped my heart but a fierce determination, a belief that no matter how far we fell, we would rise again, stronger, unbroken, until we found Freya, until we were whole once more. The night was still alive, filled with the promise of what was yet to come, a testament to the strength of the human spirit, a reminder that every ending is but a new beginning, and every heartbeat is a step toward the unknown. The shadows danced around us, but we embraced them, ready to confront whatever lay ahead, for life after death was not just a mere fantasy, it was a legacy, an echo, a relentless march toward the horizon of eternity. The clash of swords rang out like a death knell in the dim twilight. Bodies fell, blood pooled, and in that chaos, he stood, a figure wreathed in crimson, eyes dark with the weight of choices that had led him here. I remember the sound of his breath, ragged, as he fought for honor in a world that rarely recognized it. I remember him, Magnus, caught in a spiral of vengeance and doubt, his grip on the hilt of his sword a desperate plea for clarity. In the shadow of Valhalla's golden doors, the air was thick with anticipation and haunting echoes of the past. Soldiers and warriors, their faces marred by the passage of time, looked on. They were specters of glory and despair, yearning for a promised afterlife that felt increasingly out of reach. The great hall glimmered, but its brilliance was overshadowed by the darkness within those who sought entry. Why fight for a place that may never be yours? I whispered, though I stood behind the veil of their realities. My voice was lost amidst the clash and clamor, but deep inside, I felt the pulse of that question reverberate through me, a haunting melody of the damned. Among them was Astrid, fierce and unyielding, her long hair a cascade of fire against the backdrop of her despair. She had fought harder than any, her heart a battlefield of love and loss, echoes of betrayal wrapped tightly around her soul. As she faced her enemies, I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, battling against the smothering weight of her past. I have to win, she whispered to herself, a mantra of survival, though failure clawed at her heels like a feral beast. The night felt ancient, sprawling like a canvas drenched in memories. Time was fluid here, seconds stretched thin, moments bled into one another. Every glint of steel in the fading light told stories of the brave and the broken. I could almost taste the fear that mingled with the scent of blood, an intoxicating mixture of desperation and resolve. This was Valhalla, a dream and a nightmare all at once. It was a place of glory, where the fallen were celebrated, but what of those who never had the chance to fall? Those who lived in the shadows of their own ambitions, their dreams suffocated by the weight of reality. We're all just ghosts of our own making, Magnus had said once, a bitter smile etched across his face. He felt the weight of his own mortality pressed down on him like an iron cloak. But aren't we all chasing something, even if it's just the promise of peace? As the battle raged, I could see the cracks in their facades. Magnus, eyes wild, battled not just the foes before him but the relentless specters of his past. Each swing of his sword seemed to cleave through the memories that haunted him, his brother's laughter, a father's approval, a lover's touch lost in the sands of time. "Do I fight for a place in Valhalla, or for redemption?" he murmured, and in that moment, I knew his true enemy lay not outside but within. The shadows that danced around him were not those of warriors but of doubts, guilt, and unfulfilled promises. And then there was Astrid, who fought with a ferocity that belied her fragility. She was a warrior, yes, but also a heart broken by betrayal, betrayed by kin, love, and her own ambitions. The rage that fueled her strikes came from a well of heartache too deep for the eye to see. I could feel her despair reverberate in the air, a silent scream that echoed through the chaos. "Will Valhalla embrace me, or will I be left to wander the shadows forever?" she cried, her voice cracking, a haunting melody that pierced the din. Each moment felt like a heartbeat echoing through the fabric of time, drawing me deeper into their plight. With every clash of steel, every gasp for breath, the tension thickened, a taut cord stretched to its breaking point. Would they find solace in Valhalla, or was this battle merely a prelude to their eternal suffering? In the corner of my vision, I caught a glimpse of the Golden Hall, glimmering like a promise just out of reach. Its doors were barred, not by stone but by the weight of their choices, the burdens they carried. The laughter of those who had already found peace rang hollow against the cries of those still fighting. "Who gets in?" I thought, the question swirling like a maelstrom. Is it the strongest, the boldest? Or the one who has fought the hardest, regardless of the scars left behind? As the battle surged, Magnus fell to his knees, breath hitching in his throat. "I thought I was strong enough," he gasped, fists clenched. The world around him was a blur of violence, but he was trapped in a moment of raw vulnerability. But what if strength isn't enough? What if Valhalla is just a myth for the weak? Tears stung Astrid's eyes, blurring her vision as she fought with a ferocity that betrayed her heart's fragility. She struck down another foe, but the weight of her losses bore down on her, like 1,000 chains dragging her into oblivion. "I can't lose myself here," she cried, though the words felt like a fragile thread unraveling. The cacophony of the battlefield surged, drowning out their fears, their hopes. Yet beneath it all, I could sense the pulse of fate drawing tighter, making promises that felt both beautiful and terrifying. Is Valhalla a reward or a prison? I wondered, the thought a heavy stone in my gut. The answers lay twisted within the heart of conflict, throbbing with every heartbeat, every swing of a sword. As Magnus clashed with another foe, I felt the air around him shift, the tension tightening, like a noose drawing closer. Astrid's spirit soared and faltered in the same breath, caught in the web of her own making. Would they find what they sought, or would they be lost to the very thing they fought to achieve? The twilight deepened, shadows pooling at the edges of the hall, whispering secrets of history and fate. I could sense it, a moment approaching, the clash of destinies, an intersection not only of flesh and steel but of dreams and nightmares. I held my breath, caught in the maw of anticipation, knowing this was just the beginning, a prelude to something both grand and terrible. There was no resolution, no closure, only the promise of more to come, echoing infinitely in the chasm between choice and consequence. The clock ticks, a steady metronome in a world spiraling into chaos, each tick a heartbeat, each tack a reminder that time is slipping through fingers like sand. I stand in the shadows of a crumbling room, the walls breathing despair, draped in the echoes of what once was. The air is thick, electric, crackling with unspoken words, each one teetering on the edge of oblivion. I can feel their weight pressing down on me, threatening to suffocate. Please, just one more minute, she breathes, her voice a fragile whisper, quaking with desperation. Sandra, her eyes wide and glistening, holds my gaze, her fingers trembling against the doorframe, her lifeline to the world outside, a world that is closing in. Her heart is a wild bird, fluttering against the cage of her ribcage. I can almost hear the frantic song it sings, a desperate plea for time, for hope. But time is a thief in this moment, and the thief has no mercy. In the corner, a shadow flickers, a reminder of the specter that has haunted her for too long. It's him, the man who stole her light. I remember the first time she spoke of him, eyes sparkling as if revealing a secret. He makes me feel alive, she said, her voice a soft melody. Love, I thought, the sweetest poison, now it has turned her into a ghost of herself, a mere whisper of the vibrant woman she once was. I can't do this anymore, Sandra, I plead, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. You have to let go. But what do I know? I'm just a flawed soul myself, haunted by my own ghosts. My name is Ethan, and I'm standing at the precipice of a decision that feels insurmountable. I'm a coward in the face of her despair, grappling with the realities of love while struggling to understand why it has to hurt so much. I remember, she starts, each word a painful stitch in the tapestry of our shared history. I remember the first time he kissed me, the way the world melted away, just two bodies orbiting the same star. Her smile is a flicker of warmth in the darkness, but it fades almost immediately, snuffed out by the weight of her memories. But I also remember the last time, how it felt to be crushed under the weight of his anger. Alone. The shadows shift, and I can feel the air grow heavier, laden with the ghosts of her past. I want to scream, to shake her, to make her see that love isn't supposed to hurt this way. But I'm frozen, paralyzed by the fear of losing her to the very darkness I'm trying to save her from. You deserve better, Sandra, I whisper, the words laced with the ache of my own longing. As her gaze drifts toward the window, I see the glimmer of a street lamp outside, light fighting against the encroaching darkness. It feels like a metaphor, a cruel reminder that even in the darkest moments, hope flickers alive if only we dare to reach for it. Then there's David, lurking in the shadows of our lives, a man haunted by his own battles. I remember the first time he laughed, the sound bright and loud like a bell ringing in the stillness. Life's a joke, right, he had said, a smirk playing on his lips. But now, a darkness has settled over him, each day morphing him into someone I barely recognize. Ethan, I don't think I can do this anymore, he confesses, his voice cracking like glass. He stares at the floor, a battlefield littered with the remnants of dreams shattered by the weight of expectations. He's lost in his own head, trapped in a labyrinth of despair, and I want to reach out, to pull him back from the edge. I want to remind him that he is not alone. David! I call, my voice ringing against the walls, echoing the desperation that has taken root in my chest. You're not the only one fighting this battle. We'll find a way out. Together. But the words feel hollow, like a promise made on borrowed time. Together, he repeats, the word heavy with irony, like a stone dropped into an abyss. But we're already losing everything. I can't keep fighting for things that don't exist anymore. The resignation hangs between us, thick and suffocating. And then, in that moment, everything shifts. It's as if the universe slows down, as if some unseen force has drawn a line in the sand and dared us to cross it. The air is electric, charged with the raw emotion that spills from our hearts, and I know that this is it. This is the moment where firsts and lasts collide, where the weight of history meets the uncertainty of the future. In the quiet, I watch as Sandra draws in a breath, her resolve solidifying into something fierce. I remember, she starts again, and the room falls silent, every soul holding its breath as her voice fills the air. I remember the last words he said to me. I never wanted to hear them, but I had to listen. And we're caught, held captive by her recollection, the words spilling like ink across the page of our shared fate. You're nothing without me, he had said, his voice dripping with venom, and I can almost feel the sting of those words reverberating through the room. You'll never leave me. Don't believe him, I say, but the words are swallowed by the weight of her memories, the gravity of her past. You're everything, Sandra. You've always been everything. In the tension, in the silence, I can feel the heartbeat of the universe, a reminder that we are not alone, that even in the darkness, we can cling to the light. But as the shadows deepen, I know that time is closing in, and soon we will have to confront not just our pasts but the specter of loss that waits in the dark. The clock ticks on, relentless, a reminder that every heartbeat is a fleeting moment, every breath a whisper of what could be. And as the weight of our choices threatens to crush us, I can't help but wonder, what will our last words be? The final echoes of our pain, or the bold declarations of our rebirth? This moment stretches out, infinitesimal, and I can feel the gravity of our stories pulling us deeper. There is no resolution here, only the raw and unfiltered truth of what it means to fight, to love, to lose. And as I stand on the precipice, heart racing, I realize that these firsts and lasts are not just moments in time, they are the very essence of who we are. I remember. And as we face the shadows together, I know that this is just the beginning. The moon hung low in the sky, a spectral sentinel casting silvery fingers over the ancient battlefield. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, tainted by the metallic tang of long-dead warriors. I could hear whispers, jagged echoes of forgotten screams carried on the wind, calling my name as I stood frozen, rooted in the shadow of history's cruel embrace. It was a night when the boundary between the living and the dead thinned to a whisper, and I felt it deep in my bones, the weight of the past pressing against my chest, stifling my breath. I remember the moment clearly. A chill clawed at my skin as I turned, my heart thumping loudly against my ribs. There, just beyond the glade where the fog curled like a lover's caress, I saw him, a figure clad in tattered armor, his face obscured by the shadows of time. It was as if he had stepped out of history itself, a relic of a war that had never truly ended. His eyes, sunken and hollow, bore the sorrow of 1,000 lifetimes, and I could feel the pull of his grief, a black hole threatening to swallow me whole. I didn't know who he was, or why he lingered here, yet an undeniable connection anchored me in place, tethering my soul to his restless spirit. Beside me, Sarah trembled, her fingers laced tightly around my arm, a vice of fear and disbelief. She had always been the brave one, the one who chased after shadows and dared to dance with the unknown. But now, her usual fire flickered like a dying ember. "Do you see him?" she whispered, her voice barely rising above the rustling leaves. I nodded, the weight of my confession heavy on my tongue. She had always marveled at my obsession with history, but tonight, it felt like a curse, a deep kinship with the specters of unrested warriors. Then there was Mark, who had joined us out of sheer curiosity, an eager adventurer chasing thrills through the murky depths of the past. He scoffed at the idea of ghosts, but as the figure shifted, his bravado crumbled, revealing a boy lost amidst his own bravado. "It's just a trick of the light," he muttered, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. I wanted to reassure him, to tell him that we were safe, but the truth was, none of us felt safe. The battlefield, soaked in the memories of valiant and broken souls, was a realm of anguish, where every shadow whispered tales of betrayal and valor. I remember, I started, my voice catching like a blade against bone. I remember the stories my grandfather told me by the fire, of knights and battles fought under the banner of glory. But what about the ones who never returned? What of their cries, lost in the black abyss of time? Did they wander endlessly, like hungry ghosts, seeking reparation for their unfulfilled destinies? In that moment, the silence was deafening, a cacophony of what ifs and might-have-beens crashing around us. The figure beckoned, a spectral hand stretched toward us through the mist. I felt an inexplicable urge to respond, to cross the chasm between the living and the dead. But what would it cost me? Would I carry the weight of his grief as a reminder of my own failures? Stay back! Sarah hissed, pulling me away just as the figure took a step forward, the earth trembling beneath its ghostly presence. An electric current sparked in the air, charging every breath, every heartbeat with a raw intensity that made my skin prickle. Mark stumbled back, his bravado evaporating into the midnight air, and I realized we were not just witnesses, we were participants in a dance of despair. Don't you see? I urged, my voice rising in fervor. This is their fight, their unfinished story. They need us. I could feel the spirit swirling around us, a tempest of emotions, rage, sorrow, longing, and the insatiable thirst for justice. It was a haunting melody, and I was entranced. Sarah gripped my arm tighter, her fear morphing into determination. What do we do? She asked, her voice trembling but resolute. I didn't have answers. I only had the feeling, the deep-seated belief that we were meant to bear witness to this moment, to honor those who had fought and fallen in silence. The figure shifted again, and suddenly, memories flooded my mind, flashes of battle, cries for help, faces twisted in horror. I saw them, all of them, warriors who had fought for honor, love, and their very lives. They had come here, to this sacred ground, seeking solace but finding only despair. Tell them, I whispered, as if the words themselves could bridge the gap between our worlds. We hear you. We remember. With those words, the air thickened, charged with an electricity that crackled like a storm. The figure's eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, I understood. He wasn't just a ghost. He was a messenger, a plea from the past demanding recognition. Each flicker of his form was a story waiting to be told, each rustle of the leaves a reminder that we could not forget. The world around us began to dissolve into shadows and whispers, time collapsing into a singularity of pain and honor. I felt the ground beneath me shift, and then I was falling, spiraling into the depths of their anguish. The cries became a symphony, overwhelming yet beautiful. I could taste their desperation, the blood-soaked earth beneath my fingertips, as the warriors poured their stories into my soul. This was no longer a mere encounter with the past, this was a reckoning. A moment suspended in time, where grief and rage found expression in the very marrow of my being. I could feel the weight of their memories, the burden of their unfinished tales, anchoring me to this haunted battlefield, a place where the cries of the forgotten echoed eternally. And just like that, the figure faded, a sigh against the night. But the pull of their spirits lingered, a haunting melody woven into the air around us. Sarah's grip slackened, and I turned to see the determination in her eyes. She understood now. And so did Mark, his skepticism replaced with a profound respect for the stories we were now bound to carry. Nothing was resolved, yet everything shifted in that charged moment. The silence that hung heavy in the air was not a conclusion but a promise, a vow to remember, to honor the spirits of unrested warriors and the tales they had left behind. As we stood there, hearts racing and breaths mingling with the echoes of the past, I could feel the darkness still coiling around us. It was far from over, the night had many more ghosts waiting to be heard. I remembered the stories I had chased, the history I had yearned to uncover, and the ghosts that would always linger, beckoning us to listen, to feel, to remember. The air was thick with the scent of roasted meat and spices, a heady mixture that clawed at the gut. Laughter echoed, but it felt like a ghost in the shadows, a haunting reminder that joy and sorrow can dwell in the same heart, even as the dimly lit hall pulsated with life. The long table was laden with platters, each one a feast for the senses, and yet, beneath the surface, a storm brewed. I can still hear it, the clank of tankards, the low hum of conversations that danced around the void left by those who would never again join us at that table. Why are we celebrating? Myra's voice cut through the laughter, sharp as the edge of a blade. Her eyes, usually bright with mischief, were darkened by a sorrow that clung to her like a second skin. She leaned against the heavy oak, her fingers trailing through the remnants of spilled wine, dark and sticky under the flickering candles. "They're gone, and we feast." The words tumbled from her lips like stones, heavy and unforgiving. Across the table, Yarrick stared into his tankard, his brow creased as if he were trying to summon an answer from the dregs. They would have wanted this, Myra. To remember the joy, even in death. The bitterness in his voice was palpable, a thin veneer over the grief that gnawed at him. His hands trembled slightly, the tankard almost slipping from his grasp. I could see the ghost of a smile in his eyes, a memory of laughter shared with the fallen. But the joy felt like a cruel joke, a masquerade that none of us could fully embrace. I remember the night we gathered to honor them, our friends, our family, those who had faced the darkness and were consumed by it. The feast was a tapestry woven of their lives, each dish a memory, every clink of glass a tribute to their laughter, and yet, the shadows lingered, creeping closer as if they too were part of the celebration. I watched as Myra turned away, her fingers clenched into fists at her sides. "Joy is a lie," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the din. "They deserve better than this grotesque display." There was an intensity in her gaze that made my heart ache. She was beautiful in her fury, a tempest raging against the calm of the feast. Yarrick took a deep breath. "And what would you have us do? Mourn forever? Let their memory rot while we cower in the dark." The firelight flickered, casting strange shadows that twisted across his face, illuminating the desperation buried within. They would have laughed at us. They would want us to live. Each word was a punch to the gut, a reminder of the weight of loss intermingled with the responsibility to carry on. The laughter swelled again, a desperate attempt to drown out the silence that followed. I felt the tension rise, thick like smoke, wrapping around us, binding us to the memories we were trying to outrun. I thought of the stories we shared, the nights filled with dreams and promises, of plans that would never come to fruition. They flickered in my mind like old film reels, each frame a bittersweet reminder of everything we had lost. I remember the warmth of their laughter, the way it echoed through the night, bright against the dark canvas of our reality. But now, those voices lay silent, and the hall was filled only with the hollow sounds of our attempts to replace them. I glanced at the roasted boar, its skin crackling, and felt a wave of nausea wash over me. It was a mockery, a feast built on the graves of the fallen, and I could taste the ashes of their absence on my tongue. Myra's voice rose, fierce and unyielding, cutting through the cacophony. "We are not honoring them. We are burying them under this pile of meat and drink." Her eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, drawing the attention of those around. "We feast while they lie cold in the ground. How can we call this celebration?" The table fell quiet, the laughter snuffed out like a candle in a storm. Yarrick's face paled, and for a moment, I could see the struggle within him, the need to defend our actions clashing against the gnawing guilt that threatened to consume him whole. The whispers of doubt fluttered like moths in the night, and I felt the weight of their gaze, each pair of eyes searching for absolution, for a reason to justify our revelry. I wanted to scream, to tell them that we were all lost in this dizzying dance of grief and denial. I could feel the shadows creeping in, wrapping around my heart like a vice, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. The laughter around us felt like a betrayal, a shunning of the truth that lay bare beneath the surface. And then, as if in defiance of the darkness, Yarrick stood, the wood of his chair scraping against the stone floor. "Then let us honor them," he said, voice trembling but resolute. "Let us drink to their memory. Let every drop be a prayer, every bite a promise that we will not forget." It was a bold declaration, a desperate grasp at normalcy in a world turned upside down. I felt the weight of his words settle over us, heavy as the night sky. I remember the way the candles flickered, casting long shadows that danced along the walls, figures moving through the flickering light like ghosts, reminding us of the spaces they had once filled. Myra's defiance wavered, her anger tempered by the vulnerability beneath. "To them, then," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. She lifted her tankard, and the others followed, an act of solidarity wrapped in sorrow. For a brief moment, we were bound together by our grief, the unbreakable thread of shared loss weaving through the air like an unspoken promise. As the cups clinked, I caught a glimpse of something raw and real, an acknowledgement that while we feasted in celebration, we also mourned for the lives lost, for the futures stolen away. The dance of memory was fraught with pain, yet we embraced it, a celebration tethered tightly to grief. In that moment of connection, I could feel the walls closing in, the shadows whispering secrets of loss and longing. With every heartbeat, every swallowed bite, the atmosphere tightened like a noose, reminding us that the feasting was not merely a celebration, but an act of rebellion against the silence, a fierce declaration that we would continue to remember, to honor those who had fallen. I remember the taste of sorrow mixed with laughter, the bittersweet tang of joy wrapped in the embrace of loss. I remember the flickering candles, the shadows, and the ghosts of those who had come before us. And in that haunting moment, amid the feasting, we were alive, alive to the weight of memory, alive to the bonds forged in grief, alive to the dark dance of life and death that would forever echo in our hearts. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid smoke of burning flesh. The moon hangs in the sky like an indifferent witness, casting a ghostly glow over the battlefield, where shadows twist and writhe like trapped souls. I stand there, heart pounding, as the cries of the fallen rise like a haunting chorus, echoing in the chasms of my memory. This is not just war, it is a grotesque communion with the divine, a fevered prayer for salvation, answered with the thunder of cannons and the cries of the damned. I remember the faces. Faces that haunt me, alive yet disfigured by the horrors of conflict. Lila, with her bright laugh that once danced through the air like a melody, now lost, a flickering candle extinguished too soon. I see her eyes, wide and terrified, as she clutches the tattered remains of her brother's cloak, the fabric stained with the dark promise of loss. "They won't take you, too," she whispered, desperation tinged with the unmistakable flavor of panic. I wanted to believe her, wanted to grasp her hand and run, but the ground beneath us seemed to grow heavier, a gravitational pull dragging us into the abyss. Then there's Jonah, a soldier with the weight of the world carved into the lines of his face. He stands beside me, breath ragged, eyes darting, a caged animal waiting for the inevitable strike. "Do you think they'll remember us?" he asks, voice barely above a whisper. I can hear the tremor of fear, the unsteady cadence of uncertainty, and I want to tell him that yes, history will remember, but I know, deep down, that we are mere shadows in a world that forgets far too easily. "You know they won't," I reply, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. This is our fate, to be forgotten, to fade into the fabric of time like smoke. The battle rages, fierce and unyielding. I can feel the reverberations through my bones, a dreadful symphony of violence and chaos that drowns out all but the primal instinct to survive. The ground trembles, each explosion a reminder of the fragility of life, and as I charge forward, a ghostly spectre whispers warnings in my ear. "You will not escape," it hisses, and I fight against the rising tide of despair. I push through the throng, adrenaline coursing through my veins, my body moving on instinct, driven by a rhythm older than time itself. Lila's laughter lingers, though, an echo in the back of my mind that refuses to dissipate. "Remember the stories," she would say, her eyes twinkling like stars. "The heroes who fought for love, for glory. They were never afraid. But we are afraid, so painfully human, grappling with the reality that our bodies are meat, our dreams mere fodder for the machinery of war." I catch a glimpse of her, a wisp of memory entwined with the smoke, and I fight against the tide of grief. I remember the day we danced in the fields, the sunlight spilling like gold over our skin, innocence unfurling like a flower. But there's no time for memories now. The clash of steel on steel rings out, each strike a reminder of our mortality. Jonah falls beside me, a scream caught in his throat as the world narrows down to the sound of his heart, thudding, thudding. I reach for him, but my hand finds only air, slipping through the cracks of this nightmare. "Stay with me," I plead, but the gods are cruel, indifferent to our pain. I watch as he slips away, a leaf torn from the branch, spiraling into oblivion. I feel the ground shift beneath me, a churning, roiling mass of chaos that threatens to engulf everything I hold dear. The shadows whisper louder now, their voices weaving into a cacophony of anguish and despair. "You are nothing," they hiss. "Just a pawn in a cruel game." I can almost see them, dark figures lurking at the edges of the battlefield, revelers in this dance of death. They feed on our fear, our sorrow, and I can feel their cold touch on my spine, a reminder that I am utterly alone. But then I see her, a flicker of hope amidst the despair, a soldier charging into the fray, her armor glinting like the sun. She wields her sword with a ferocity that ignites something deep within me. "Fight," she screams, her voice a battle cry that cuts through the darkness. I can feel the fire in her words, the raw, unfiltered rage against the encroaching night. In that moment, I remember, we are mortal, yes, but we are also divine in our struggle, in our resistance. There is no glory in this war, no heroes, only the relentless fight for survival. As the battle swells and crashes around me, I feel the pulse of the universe in my veins, the heartbeat of something larger than ourselves. I see Lila's face again, not as a haunting specter but as a beacon of light. "Remember the stories," she whispers, "and I understand now. We are the stories, frail and fractured, yet woven into the fabric of this existence. We are the echoes of laughter in the midst of despair, the spark of defiance against the looming darkness." And as I raise my sword, my heart a drumbeat of resolve, I charge into the fray, a soldier of fate, of dreams. The shadows may whisper, the darkness may beckon, but I will remember. I will fight. Because in this divine connection between warfare and the sacred, amidst the chaos and the cries, lies the truth of our humanity. We bleed, we cry, we love, and in each heartbeat, the stories of our lives intertwine, refusing to be forgotten. The storm rages on, and I am alive. The clash of iron rang through the air, reverberating like a death knell. Blood-slicked warriors wrestled in the mud, their grunts mingling with the cries of crows circling overhead. I could taste the salt of sweat and blood on my lips, a bitter reminder of mortality. The world around me blurred, transformed into a chaotic dance of death, but all I could focus on was her, a ghostly silhouette darting between the fallen, hair flowing like the waves of the fjords, golden against the grim backdrop of battle. Freydis. Her name was a flame, igniting a rage deep within me, but also a profound ache. She was my sister, yet in this moment, she was a warrior, a shield maiden, fighting for a cause that I could barely comprehend. I remember the sharpness of her gaze, the way she embraced the chaos of battle. I remember wondering if she felt alive in her ferocity or if, like me, she was drowning in terror beneath the exhilaration. "Thrain!" Her voice ripped through the fog of my fear, fierce and demanding. "You have to fight. You can't hide behind your doubts." But how could I fight? The weight of my axe felt like a mountain on my shoulders, dragging me down into the dirt. I saw the faces of the dead, their eyes wide open, locked in the eternal moment of terror. I remembered the stories, the valor, the glory, but now those tales felt like a shroud, suffocating and heavy. I wanted to scream, to tell her that I wasn't a wolf among warriors, I was a deer caught in the predator's snare. I glanced at the horizon, where the sun was surrendering to the darkening sky, each fading ray a reminder that death was always closer than we cared to admit. Shadows grew long, twisting like the thoughts in my mind. What awaited us after this? Was there honor in dying here, forgotten in the mud, or was there peace somewhere beyond the horizon, a land of feasting and laughter? Freydis lunged forward, her blade glinting in the dying light, and I felt a surge of something primal, a fear, yes, but also a strange camaraderie with death. It beckoned us, whispered promises of glory and honor, but I could not shake the grip of hesitation. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat echoing the chaos around us. "Join me," she shouted again, the desperate intensity in her voice slicing through the din of battle. "We fight for our family, for the afterlife we deserve." What afterlife? My breath hitched. What if it was nothing more than a cold embrace, an endless void where the echoes of our lives faded into silence? I remembered the stories of Valhalla, where the brave feasted eternally, but I also remembered the tales of lost souls, trapped between the worlds, wandering aimlessly, their cries lost to the winds. I watched as she swung her axe, precision mingled with passion, each strike a dance with death, a dance I could not join. The intensity of her spirit felt like a fire against my own dwindling flame. I was the clumsy moth, circling the flame yet terrified to dive in and be consumed. And then, in that moment of clarity, I turned my eyes to Jorun, my childhood friend, my other half. She had come to fight beside us, but as I scanned the battlefield, my heart dropped. She was sprawled on the ground, her once bright eyes now dull, and my soul shattered into a million pieces. No! The scream escaped me, a raw and desperate plea that seemed to be swallowed by the clamor. I stumbled forward, a broken marionette, my limbs heavy with despair. I could feel Freydis's gaze on me, disappointment mingling with understanding, but I was too far gone. My world had collapsed, and I could only think of Jorun, who had laughed with me, whose dreams of glory were now tangled in the weeds of despair. I knelt beside her, cradling her head in my arms, feeling the warmth of her life slipping away. I remember the way her lips moved, forming words that would never find their way to my ears. I could almost hear her laughter, a sound lost in the cacophony of battle. The memory swirled around us, vibrant and alive, while the present faded to grey. Please, I whispered, though the word felt hollow. I wanted to believe in an afterlife, a place where she could find peace. I wanted to believe in the stories that promised reunion after death. I wanted to scream at the gods for this cruel twist of fate, for the gods to show mercy. But the gods were silent, their indifference an echoing chasm in my heart. In that moment, Freydis was at my side, her breath ragged, a warrior's fire still ablaze in her chest. We must go, Thrain, she insisted, her voice laced with urgency. We cannot let their deaths be for nothing. I felt the pull of her spirit, fierce and unyielding, but I could not shake the weight of grief, the reality of what lay before me. The battle swirled around us, shadows and flickers of silver, cries crying out for vengeance, for honor. And I was stuck in this moment, paralyzed by the enormity of loss. Do you believe in Valhalla? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Freydis paused, her expression shifting, a chasm of doubt revealing itself behind her warrior facade. I want to, she said, her certainty cracking like fragile ice. But I fear it's just a story we tell ourselves to mask the truth of our fate. Could it be that simple? The thought slithered through my mind like a serpent, cold and treacherous. What if? What if it's just darkness? I murmured, the shadows around us folding into an oppressive embrace, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I felt her hand on my shoulder, grounding me, yet I could see the uncertainty mirrored in her eyes. We were trapped between worlds, between life and what lay beyond, and as the battle raged on, I knew this moment would never end. It would linger, an echo of unresolved conflict, reverberating through the ages, a dance with death, a celebration of life, an unending cycle that we could never truly escape. And as the last light of day slipped beneath the horizon, the shadows deepened, wrapping us in their embrace like a lover's caress, promising that this was not the end but merely a transition into the unknown, a haunting melody that would echo in eternity. The night was alive with whispers, an eerie symphony that crept through the shadowed alleys of Dublin. A fog rolled in thick as blood, blanketing the city like a shroud over ancient secrets. I stood at the edge of the market square, heart pounding, eyes wide. Around me, the flickering torchlight danced, casting ghostly figures that moved like memories, some familiar, some terrifying. I remember the scent of salt in the air, mingling with something sweet, honey, maybe? Or death. It was a heady mix, intoxicating, like the promise of a storm. In the heart of the chaos, I saw Astrid, her face lit from below by the flickering flames, illuminating determination and fear in equal measure. Her black hair, wild and untamed, flowed around her like a dark halo. We have to go, she hissed, urgency clawing at her throat. I could see it in her eyes, the clash of duty and desire, a Viking woman torn between her blood and the cultural tide surging around her. She was a warrior, an invader, yet here, she felt small, vulnerable. Where? I asked, voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loud might shatter the fragile moment. She didn't answer, just stared into the distance, where the shadows merged with the unknown. I remember the weight of her unspoken fears pressing against my chest. It felt like drowning in the depths of her heart. Then there was Eric, a man built like a mountain, but with a heart that beat like a bird trapped in a cage. He stood by the entrance of a tavern, the scent of mead and glory swirling around him like a drunken haze. They're talking, he said, looking past me, I scanning the crowd. The Irish, they fear us, but they also respect us. They think we're cursed, but they're drawn to us. I remember the shiver that ran down my spine. Cursed. Yes, we were. Cursed by our own gods, by the way we carved our fate into the fabric of the world. I watched Eric, his hands clenched into fists, as if he could crush the very air around him. He wanted to be a bridge between our worlds, a wild storm tamed into a gentle breeze. Yet, standing there, he was nothing but a siren, calling us to the rocks. The market was alive with the clamor of trade, voices rose and fell like the tide, laughter mingled with shouts, and the air crackled with tension. I felt the pulse of our intertwined fates, the Vikings, the Irish, the ghosts of cultures colliding and melding. They bathe once a year, I joked to Astrid, trying to lighten the mood, so yeah, romance was earthy. My laughter felt hollow, echoing against the stones that had borne witness to countless convergencies. Eric laughed too, but it was a sound tinged with bitterness. Not all of us were so fortunate to bathe, he shot back, his eyes darkening. The tales of pestilence and execution hang heavy in the air, like a noose around our necks. The words hung there, palpable, suffocating. I could feel Astrid's tension radiating, her body coiled like a spring ready to snap. She was caught between two worlds, the Vikings' fierce honor and the Irish deep-rooted mysticism, two cultures grappling for dominance in her soul. "Remember the first time I saw the moon rise over the sea?" she asked suddenly, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the chaos. It felt like a promise, a connection to something vast and ungraspable. I could see it now, that night burned in her memory, the silver light shimmering on the waves, a ghostly path to eternity. But now, that beauty was overshadowed by the weight of our choices, the impending conflict looming like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. I remember the way she choked on her words, fear warring with hope. "But what if they don't want us here?" The vulnerability in her voice cut through me, sharp and raw. I could taste the desperation on my tongue, a bitter reminder of the fragility of our existence. We were warriors, yet here we stood like thieves in the night, grappling with the ghosts of our ancestors. Eric turned to face us, the firelight reflecting in his eyes. "They fear what they do not understand," he said, voice hoarse, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. "They see our longships, our fierce faces, and they conjure images of death and plunder. But beneath the blood and the horror, there's a yearning. A desire to connect, to weave our stories into theirs." The flicker of the flames cast shadows that danced like specters, and I felt my heart race with the rhythm of the night. I was caught in this maelstrom of culture, beliefs intertwining like roots beneath the earth. "But what of our gods?" I blurted out, my voice cutting through the night like a dagger. "What of Odin and Freyja?" Astrid's eyes locked on mine, fierce and unwavering. "They are not lost, but transformed. Every encounter shapes us, carves us into new shapes, just as the sea carves the land." The realization hit me like a wave crashing against the rocks. We were not merely conquerors, we were learners, adapters, forever changed by the cultures we brushed against. The air hummed with tension, a quiet storm brewing in the corners of our hearts. I felt the weight of time pressing down on us, the past and future merging into a single breath, an endless cycle of conflict and connection. The wind picked up, howling through the narrow streets, a haunting lullaby that echoed the longing, the fear, the hope of two cultures on the brink of something monumental. My heart raced with the realization that we were teetering on the edge of a profound transformation, shadows of our past whispering against the vibrant tapestry of the present. And as the night deepened, I knew that the threads of our lives were woven tighter than ever before, each interaction a stitch in the fabric of our shared existence. I could feel it, the clash was inevitable, a tempest ready to break upon us. But beneath the storm, there was a flicker of light, a promise that through the chaos, something beautiful could emerge. A new belief, a new understanding, binding us together like the stars above, constellations of our shared despair and hope, flickering in the vast, unforgiving sky. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, a dark, loamy embrace that clung to skin like a long-forgotten memory. I stood at the edge of the burial site, heart pounding, listening to the silence that roared like a lion, heavy with the weight of unspoken stories. The ground, scarred and raw, whispered secrets of lives woven together by threads of joy and despair. A chill curled around my spine, and I shivered, not from the cold, but from the electric tension that crackled in the air, a palpable reminder of what lay just beneath the surface. There was Miriam, her hands trembling as she brushed away the dirt from a fragile bone, each stroke reverberating like a hammer on glass. She was the kind of woman who wore her heart on her sleeve, a heart that had been battered and bruised too many times to count. "What if they were just like us?" she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile connection we had with the past. I glanced at her, caught in the web of her grief, her eyes glistening like shards of broken glass, reflecting the history of loss. She had lost her brother too soon, and now, with every fragile relic excavated, she sought a way to stitch together the pieces of her own shattered heart. Then there was Thomas, obsessed with the cold, hard facts, the meticulous notes he scribbled like lifelines. He was infuriatingly rational, a man who believed in numbers over emotions, in data over dreams. Yet, in this haunted place, his mask began to crack. "Look," he said, pointing at a cluster of bones arranged in a bizarre embrace, fingers intertwined like lovers in a last desperate dance. "Do you see this? They must have cared for each other." His voice trembled, revealing a wound he had long kept hidden. I could see the irony of it all, his cold logic melting away, replaced by a hunger for connection he thought he had buried with his sterile lab notes. And so, we stood, three souls entwined in a moment of existential dread, confronting the remnants of those who had walked before us. The shadows of their lives stretched across the centuries, whispering tales of love forged in battles, of dreams crushed by fate, of hopes buried alongside the bones that now lay before us. I remember the way the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the sight, and the shadows danced like ghosts, flickering with the memories of those who had come before. "Every life is a story," I said, breaking the silence that had clung to us like a shroud. "And every death is a chapter." The words hung heavy in the air, reverberating with an intensity that made Miriam's breath hitch. She shot me a look, half gratitude, half disbelief. She wanted to believe in the poetry of it all, while Thomas remained anchored to the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. Yet I could see the flicker of understanding in his eyes, as if he was on the precipice of embracing the chaos of human emotion, teetering between reason and the abyss. We bent low, our fingers brushing against the earth, and the world around us fell away. The silence was deafening, filled with echoes of laughter and cries, of life and death. My heart raced, I could almost hear the distant murmur of ancient voices, the whispers of those who had loved and lost, who had fought and bled. It was a symphony of humanity, a haunting melody that played on repeat, and I felt the pull of it, the gravity of their stories pulling me deeper into the soil. I remember the chill that crept up my arms as we unearthed a small locket, tarnished and worn. Inside, a faded picture of a woman smiled back at us, her eyes glinting with the bright promise of tomorrow. She was loved, Miriam said, her voice breaking, tears spilling down her cheeks. In that moment, I saw the depth of her sorrow, the ache that mirrored my own. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. We were all searching for something in this graveyard of bones, a connection, a reason, a way to make sense of the chaos around us. But Thomas was unrelenting. "Love doesn't matter when you're dead," he snapped, his words biting like ice. The words struck like a hammer, reverberating through the hollow silence. Miriam flinched, and for a moment, I feared she might shatter like the fragile locket we held. Yet something fierce ignited in her eyes, a burning flame of resolve. "Maybe it does," she shot back, her voice rising. "Maybe it's the only thing that matters." The tension was palpable, a taut wire ready to snap. I stood between them, feeling the weight of their conflicting worlds. It was here, in this moment, we bared our souls beneath the watchful gaze of the past. The ground beneath us trembled, the bones shifted like restless spirits, yearning to be remembered. I could feel the universe constricting, time folding in on itself, and for a heartbeat, we were suspended in a moment that felt eternal. The sun dipped lower, shadows lengthening, and it was as if the earth held its breath. We were caught in a web of emotions, grief, anger, love, all spiraling together, a tempest of human experience laid bare before the graves of the dead. I felt their stories intertwining with our own, a haunting reminder that we are all threads in this intricate tapestry, woven together by the fabric of time. And as the darkness began to cloak us like a shroud, we understood that the weight of those who came before would always linger. The echoes of their lives would fuse with our own, compelling us to remember, to connect, to find meaning in the fleeting moments we are given. In a world that often felt cold and indifferent, here we found warmth in understanding, a flicker of hope ignited in the rubble of despair. The battle between reason and emotion raged on, but in that sacred silence, we stood together, a chorus of souls grappling with the haunting beauty of existence, forever entwined with those who had come before us. The shadows of the ancient trees wrap around the clearing like a lover's embrace, a haunting silence broken only by the distant roar of a waterfall. Sigrun stands at the edge, heart racing, palms slick with sweat. She grips the hilt of her dagger, knuckles white, as if the weight of her ancestry presses down on her. The woods whisper secrets, memories of warriors long past, their spirits lingering like a chill in the autumn air. She can almost hear them, their laughter, their curses, their cries for battle. She glances at Eric, her brother, whose uncertainty radiates like a storm cloud. He's always been the cautious one, the pragmatist, grounding her wild dreams with his level-headedness. But tonight, he's a coiled spring, ready to snap. "Do you believe it?" he asks, voice barely above a whisper. "That we will be reborn?" There's a tremor beneath his bravado, a crack in the armor he wears so carefully. His eyes dart toward the horizon where the sun sinks, bleeding red into the sea, as if the gods themselves are spilling their lifeblood over the earth. "I remember the stories," Sigrun replies, voice fierce, defying the terror clawing at her heart. "Valhalla awaits us, Eric. We fight, we die, we feast. It's the way of the gods." Her certainty falters, just for a moment. The afterlife, a grand hall where the brave dine with Odin, echoes in her mind like a song, beautiful, intoxicating, but fading. What if it's all a myth? But she shakes the thought away. There are bigger fears tonight. The village elder, frail and aged, had spoken of darkness, a creeping void, swallowing souls, leaving nothing behind. It gnaws at her insides like a ravenous wolf. What if we die and there's only nothing? Then we fight for nothing, Eric snaps, his voice rising, fierce like the wind before a storm. But I'd rather face the void than sit idle. Like father. The ghost of their father lingers in the air, a shadow draped in the twilight, a remnant of a man who fought bravely but fell, leaving only echoes of glory. We have to prove ourselves, Sigrun. It's our birthright. And there it is, the pull of legacy, the weight of expectation. The Viking spirit burns fiercely, but it burns hot, consuming. They stumble into the night, warriors in their own right, armed not just with steel but with the ghosts of their forebears whispering in their ears. The trees close in, the world narrowing to the pulse of their hearts. In the distance, a fire flickers, illuminating the dark like a beacon. It should be a comfort, but instead, it feels ominous. The seer's back, Eric murmurs, eyes narrowing. The village's eccentric oracle is known for her visions, but they often come with a price, a steep toll that leaves the mind fractured. Sigrun's stomach churns. "I remember," she starts, "the last time, a vision of the seer, her wild eyes swirling with madness, spills forth, prophesies laced with dread, promises tangled in shadows. She told me I'd see death tonight. Then we'll face it head on," Eric declares, pushing past her, determination hardening his jaw. It's a thin mask, she can see it, the fear bubbling just beneath the surface. She follows, driven by his confidence but haunted by her own uncertainties. The fire crackles as they approach, the laughter of villagers rising and falling like the tide. The air is thick with the scent of roasted meat and mead, a bittersweet reminder of the life they cherish. The seer sits apart, cloaked in shadows, as though she's part of the night itself. Her eyes flicker up, catching Sigrun's gaze, and the world seems to still, time stretching like a taut bowstring ready to snap. "What do you seek?" the seer croaks, voice raspy like dry leaves. Sigrun feels a shiver down her spine. "Wisdom," Eric answers, bravado cracking. "A vision." The seer's smile is a slash across her face, revealing teeth stained with the years of her own battles. "Wisdom? Or the truth?" She holds a gnarled hand to the fire, shadows dancing, twisting, whispering rumors of fate and fury. Sigrun's heart pounds, a frantic rhythm. "Tell us," she implores, the word falling from her lips like a prayer. What awaits us? Your paths are woven with threads of blood and fire, the seer intones, each word a brushstroke painting a tempest. To enter Valhalla, one must embrace the ending. The void will come, but not tonight. Not until you face your own shadows. Eric's face goes pale, the color draining like the last light of day. Shadows? What shadows? Those of the past, the seer says, her gaze piercing through them, bearing their souls. Those you hide from, those you fear to confront. And there it is, the truth, raw and jagged. Sigrun feels the weight of her regrets, the mistakes that cling to her like a second skin. The time she hesitated, the moment she let slip away. The laughter turned bitter as her worries consumed her dreams. I remember, each beat of her heart echoes with the faces of the fallen, those she couldn't save, those she lost to the tides of time. Face it, Eric whispers, voice trembling. Face it together. The seer's gaze softens, a hint of something, compassion. Hope? It's fleeting, gone like a whisper in the wind. Tonight, forge your fate. The battle is not just out there, she gestures toward the darkness beyond the firelight, but here. A wave of dread crashes over Sigrun. Will they fight not just against the phantoms that hunt their village, but against the very essence of themselves? The realization slams into her like a battering ram. They must confront the ghosts of their own making, the failures and fears buried deep within the marrow of their bones. The night stretches, cosmic in its enormity, as the moon rises, casting an otherworldly glow over their souls. Sigrun breathes in, the weight of expectation and destiny mingling with fear, the sweetness of the afterlife they crave dancing like a mirage just out of reach. The echoes of their ancestors call to them, teasing, tormenting. Together, Eric says, holding her gaze, an anchor in the storm. Whatever comes, we face it together. In that moment, an unbreakable bond forms, a promise forged in the fires of uncertainty and desperation. The horizon beckons, a precipice of glory and doom. They step forward, no longer just siblings but warriors, haunted, flawed, yet burning with the fierce light of life. And as they embrace the night, a shiver of anticipation runs through the darkness, hinting at the battles to come, the ghosts yet to be confronted, the afterlife that dances just beyond the veil. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl that echoed through the night, sending a chill down my spine. I stood alone on the cliff's edge, the sharp wind whipping against my skin, as if the spirits of old were reaching out to grasp me. Below, the waves crashed against jagged rocks, each crash a reminder of the ancient Norse gods who once roamed these lands, their laughter mingling with the sound of the sea. And in that moment, in the darkness, I felt their presence, fierce, unyielding, a reminder of what it meant to believe. I remember my grandfather, the way he spoke of the Vikings with fire in his eyes, as if he'd known them personally. They were warriors, you know, he'd say, a grin breaking through his weathered face. Fearless. Bold. They'd stare death in the eye and laugh. The man had a way of turning history into a grand tale, each word like a sword thrust through time. But standing here, I didn't feel that bravery. I felt dread. Anna stood beside me, her breath a cloud in the frigid air. She was trembling, not from the cold, but from something deeper, fear, perhaps, or the weight of expectation. This is where it happened, she whispered, her voice barely rising above the murmur of the wind. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the starlit sky, but they held shadows. Shadows of doubt. Shadows of loss. I remember, she said, when they came for my brother. Her words hung heavy between us, an invisible anchor pulling me deeper into her pain. He thought he could take on the world, like a Viking. Like a god. Her voice broke, and I felt the weight of her loss, as if the very air around us had thickened with grief. The silence that followed felt like a heartbeat, a pause before the storm. I could see the ghosts of the past swirling around us, their whispers weaving through the night. They were the echoes of those who had once fought and died for their beliefs, their gods, their legacy. And here we were, two souls standing at the precipice of it all, wondering how to carry that legacy forward. Do you think they're watching us? I asked, half joking, half terrified. But the look on Anna's face silenced the laughter before it could escape. We both felt it, the weight of history, the burden of belief, the call of the Valkyries, summoning us to prove ourselves worthy. I remember the stories of Valhalla, the great hall where warriors feasted and fought for eternity. It's what they believed in, I said, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking. The idea that death is just another beginning. It makes you fearless. But even as I said it, I could feel the cracks in my own conviction. Did I believe it? Or was it just a way to sidestep the reality of our fragile existence? Anna's eyes glistened with tears, reflecting the starlight, and I felt a pull in my chest. She was grieving. Not just for her brother, but for all those who had dared to dream, who had faced the unknown with open arms. If they were here, they'd tell us to keep fighting, she whispered. To live fiercely, to embrace the chaos. The thunder in the distance rumbled again, louder this time, as if in agreement. My heart raced at the thought of it. But what did it mean to fight? To embrace the chaos? Every day felt like a battlefield, filled with choices that seemed trivial yet monumental at the same time. I remember the moments wasted, the words unspoken, the love left to wither. Do you think they would have been scared? I asked, searching Anna's face for answers. Do you think they ever doubted? The question hung in the air, a fragile thread between us. They were human, she said simply, as if it was the most profound truth. Of course they doubted. But they didn't let it stop them. And suddenly, it all crashed over me, a wave of emotion that left me gasping for breath. I clenched my fists, feeling the raw power of those ancient beliefs coursing through me. The very essence of what it meant to be alive surged within, igniting a fire that threatened to consume me. Then let's not stop, I declared, not just to Anna, but to the ghosts around us, to the gods I could almost feel in the air. Let's live like they did, imperfect and flawed, but unyielding. I saw a flicker of hope in Anna's eyes, a spark that lit the darkness. We could be warriors, you know, she said, her voice trembling yet fierce. Not with swords, but with our stories. With our lives. And with that, the tension shifted, a palpable energy rising between us. The storm was coming, and we could feel it in our bones. The world around us felt alive, a pulse that synchronized with our own. The crashing waves roared, the wind howled, and we stood at the cliff's edge, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. As the first raindrops fell, I closed my eyes and let the cold wash over me, a baptism into this new understanding. The beliefs of the Vikings, their laughter, their bravery, their chaos, they echoed in my soul, reverberating through time, reminding me that the past was never truly gone. It lived on in the choices we made, the love we shared, and the battles we fought every day, even the ones unseen. And so we stood there, Anna and I, two flawed souls at the crossroads of history and belief, our hearts pounding in rhythm with the universe. The night thundered with possibilities, the shadows danced around us, and the legacy of the Vikings whispered its secrets into the storm.